And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I am a variety 3D printer streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? It means we do everything from printer assemblies and modifications to full printer builds, kind of like the one that we're working on right now. Hey, Modlight, how's it going? I'm hoping that everything's going right. I wound up dropping the output resolution down to 720p, as well as dropping my frame rate down to 30 FPS, and doing a few other tweaks. I've seen a handful of drop packets. I'm about 0.5% or so in drop packets right now, so I'm hoping it's better. Um, Hey, Atreides Minis, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Today, I've had a couple of bits and bobbles with the stream here lately, with just a lot of drop packets, or excuse me, drop frames, and doing a lot of research. Missed frames would be due to um, an encoder issue. Or memory issues. Skip frames is definitely due to encoder lag. And then drop frames is due to networking stuff. So I dropped the bandwidth down and dropped the stream, I don't want to say quality, but instead of, I'm recording at 1080p, but I'm streaming at 720p 30 to make sure that I'm doing well. And I think we're doing pretty good, or at least a lot better right now. Loving the printer behind you. Describe which one? Which printer behind me? Because I've got a few of them, Atreides. So you're relatively new here, so I've got a variety. Everything from a Voron V0.1 over here that we're going to upgrade to a 0.2. This is a Flying Bear Reborn 2. This is a enclosed printer. It comes stock with Marlin. I've currently got Clipper running on it. I'm going to do a couple of more upgrades to it, which is what this box is, and it's going to an MKS version of a Raspberry Pi and an MKS touchscreen. And I'm going to take this over to Evil Diesel's because his wife has requests for some larger prints, so he's going to get that one for a little while. This is my 0G Mercury 1. This was done under the closed beta with a full frame build. And this is basically what would be an Ender 5 Pro size. So I believe it's 275 by 275 is the bed size on this. And I've got an Ender 5 Plus downstairs. It's also converted to the 0G Mercury with Hydra setup, which is Core XY with a triple lead screw setup. Then we've got a pair of Voron 2.4s, and in the corner is a Trident. Down at the bottom, we do have a couple of Ender wires, so Ender 3s, OG Ender 3s converted to Voron switch wires, and a Prusa Mark IV. So we've got a variety of printers. I also have a Rook that was built from the Fabrico Rook kit, a Rook 2020, a Bugboo 310, an Ender belt, so that's an Ender 3 converted to a 45-degree belt printer, a Prusa Mini, and I've got an Ender XY, which is the Core XY conversion of an Ender 3 by Additiva 3D. So I've got a few here. Right now, up on the table here, we've been working on a salad fork, which is a Trident, only shrunken down to use 1515 frames. And I've got a Voron 2.4 that I'm building for one of my subscribers. He asked if I could build it for him because he's got more money than time right now, did a lot of overtime. So I said, sure, no problem. Sitting on the docket, of course, is the rebuild of the 01 to a 02 spec. I've got an Annex Engineering K3 and a FormBot Micron Plus build, as well as a black box build that I will be getting from KB3D hopefully in the coming weeks. We've been waiting on Autodesk Fusion 360 folks. There was something that got messed up with the transfer of the historical CAD files from, I believe it was layer XYZ to KB3D for care and feeding of the black box project. So once they get that, he'll be able to do some final updates on the prints, so we can get that going. And once again, if you're new to the Dragon Den, we love our coffee. This is one of the items in the merch store. You've got a version with the Digital Dragon 72 and one without. They are available out in the merch store along with stickers. I still haven't released the hat and the shirt yet. I know the hat's got issues with it, and I have to go through and revise the logo and simplify the logo a bit for the embroidery. But I believe the shirts are silk screens, so those should work fine. Forgot to tell you, if it got option, the parts I want you to print all one piece, please do. I'm assuming you're talking about the Rook 2020 parts, and are you saying you want them all the same color? Or you want to give me some creative license, or what do you have there? What's your thoughts? So what we're going to do on the build today is we're going to go ahead and continue going with the wiring. I did order a few of the IEC 320 switch power outlets. So I did order several of these, and I did find this one. It does have a fuse in it. I've got the switch reoriented in the right way so that it'll go in and let me double think through that. So down is on, up is off, and I really prefer those to be the other way. So I'm going to pop this off and turn it around. And these little stubbies right here, I'm not going to be able to use. This was for a different build, and I'm going to have to redo some of these connections. Okay, so there was like a one-piece bed versus the three-piece bed. I gotcha. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop the connectors off the switch side, because we're going to switch the switch around, and then I'm going to pull all of the stubby. Well, that pulled completely off, so I guess we'll good gracious, what the hell is... First time I've actually busted a connector trying to get the connector off of a fork. There we go. But yeah, these stubbies, I'm not going to be able to use these. I'm not even... I don't have an insulated one. I can make them insulated, but I'm going to hold off until I get some new ones in, and I need to find the right insulated spade terminals. The terminals I have are actually a little bit bigger than the ones that come on this connector or on this switch, so they'll work, but I do need to get the right size spec'd ones. Come out of there, you little sucker. There we go. Once again, what I try and do on these is just line the switch up in the way it's going to go, and then know that my bottom is going to be in this orient. Whoops, I guess it helps if I switch the view. Sorry about that. So I would put the switch in here and then figure out, okay, this is the bottom of the printer. I want to be able to reach around the back without looking and just flip it down for off. And all of my printers are set up that same way, so there's no worry about which way it goes up or down. And so the off is the, the 0 on here versus the 1. So I want that to be facing up, as we're looking at right now, which is facing towards the bottom. So we'll go ahead and put that in that way, and then we know that we just need to make the right connections. So in this case, my red is the fused hot from my diagram. I guess I can do this. So we're looking at a diagram. The diagram uses black, white, and green. I have black, red, and green. So my my red is going to be my hot. And my fused hot on my diagram is black. And it goes around to the left side of my switch. And I'm going into the closer sides, the sides that are spaced further apart, is the outbound. If you put them on the spread apart ends and then run your other ones through here, it still works, but your light switch always stays on even when it's off. Okay. So, and basically what I'm doing is looking at this switch, or looking at the pins on this switch, just like it is there, even though it's kind of mirrored. So and regardless, it's making sure that your colors match. So red on this side, black on this side, green over here, and I'll be good. Okay. Got you. So if there's optional parts that are all one side or one print, I will do that versus breaking it up. So what I need to do is I can go ahead and fit this in here right now, but I want to put in my rail with the power supply and figure out how long my wires need to be from the power supply to my inlet, because a couple of my wires that I was able to find and locate already have the spade connectors on one end, or the fork connectors, but they don't have the spade connectors on the other. So we'll just need to cut these to size and get them going. And that's kind of where we left off last stream anyhow, because you'll notice this side is nice and black. This side is not, because I had to cut these to size to get them to the right size so that we can install them. And the way you install them is you've got the little end pieces like this that your rails will slip into. And it's just a matter of getting them lined up and slid on there. And it's okay if you cut your rail, you know, just a tad bit short. Like this was, I think, say it was 160. If you cut it at 159, you'll be perfectly fine. Install them with a hammer. Exactly. So what I'm going to do now is just move my nuts around so that we can try and get a couple of these lined up and get them started. I'm going to need my ball end hex driver. And we're using M3 by 10 screws. And we're just getting these lined up. And by the way, oh, darn it. And yes, this is not a hammer. So saith the guru known as Ivan Miranda. Okay, and then what we can do is use our square. And I would suggest going out and procuring a small square, especially if you're doing smaller builds like this, so that you can evaluate that it is nice and straight and not at an angle. So I'm lining it up with the straight edge here. I am hitting the printed part, and I'm just kind of sighting right along this edge. It looks good. Now we just need to move our other nut over. And go ahead and secure our first end rail. So Atreides Minis, do you 3D print? And if so, do you resin print, FDM print? What kind of printing do you do? The other thing we're going to do is we're going to try and leave these just a little loose so we can move it around some, because we're going to want to get it sort of as tight as we can up against our thing to give us the most room over here. Figure out where my it might be a tad bit too tight. We'll pull it back a little bit. That should be good. We'll tighten one end down, and we'll make sure that we're straight, and we'll tighten the other end down. If you really want, you can get into measuring each end and everything. I don't mind eyeballing some things. It gets us fairly close, so And we are using this is the UHP 350. So it's going to have plenty of power. Kind of slips and slides on that rail a bit. Might need to see about maybe just a piece of tape on each side on the rail, and it'll be enough to provide some extra little tension to it. So these are a aluminum rail, and because of that, they're a little bit I want to say, I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just as an aluminum rail, they're a little bit thinner in a profile than a steel rail would be. So by adding just a little bit of tape like I'm doing right here, it'll thicken up the profile just a little bit and help keep it from sliding around like we were noticing. And there is no, this isn't a metal-to-metal connection, so it's not like we're trying to keep continuity for electrical purposes. Yeah, I've had my share of Ender 3s, and yeah, they're really good printers. I mean, they're just like any other printer. You've got to spend a little bit of time to, not to break them in, but to tune them in. And then once you get them tuned in, they're pretty darn reliable. I mean, there's not much else that can be said about it. They're just a really reliable little printer. And that gives us a little bit more stability there. Okay. Now we need to do our second one, and this is going to be the one that our MCU would be on. So your MCU will be on this. Your host controller would normally be on this, which would be like a Raspberry Pi or some sort like that. We are going to be running a Manta M5P board, and that is going to have a CB1 module on it, and that CB1 module is going to have 32 gig of eMCC memory. So you named your one Sophie? Okay. Yep. And I get it on her danger den. I wear a bunch of different shirts. I kind of like Ivan Miranda's shirts. He's a pretty good character. He's a pretty cool, fun dude. And I'm hoping to have my own shirts here shortly. It's just a matter of getting Stream Elements to play nicely. I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to move one of our bolts forward, leave the other one in the back so that we can get these started. And then once we get the front one started, we'll get the back ones lined up and started. Thank you for the follow, One Raz. Welcome on in. We are testing out some new stream settings today. My last couple of streams have been plagued with a lot of dropped packets, which has really been kind of detrimental to the stream. And so this is not a normal streaming day for me, but I decided to go live and give some new settings a shot. Completely missed the mark. Darn it. Completely missed the mark, and now it's trying to get the screw out of there. There we go. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? Welcome on in. Probably missing a few other people here, so give me 1 second and I will look up from the workbench and scroll through and try and say hi to people. Ozzy, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Otter Dangered in, welcome in. Brady's Minis. Solar, welcome on in. Thank you very much for that file, Solar. That was an incredible surprise. I appreciate that tremendously. So when we go to lock this rail down, we're really going to need to put our controller in and just kind of see where we're going to line some things up as far as like controller spacing and wiring and stuff like that. So and we missed that one. Second time around, so that's good. Okay, now Let me see how the best way to do this would be. Close enough. Yeah, so we've been working on the salad fork build here. We've had a couple of hiccups where not just the stream, but we've had printed part that we forgot to print, or we printed a part and it wound up being way too tight, and we've had to make some adjustments on the fly. But I think we're good now for that. So we've got our second rail in now. So we've got both rails in. You guys can see there. We're going to work on this corner here with our switch. I'm going to not push it in all the way, but just get it started, which feels like it's going to be, there we go. I'm just going to get a little bit started. Like I said, I'm not going to push it in all the way because I need to check these wires out. And it's a good thing that I leave some slack in them. But our red is hot, so that's going to go to our load. And the way our connectors are is this is ground, neutral, load. So if red's going to be load, we're going to go into the load. Wow, these are even smaller than my smallest ones, I think. Nope, it's just the gap narrows, so you basically have to take it completely out. You can't slide it in. So you basically have to take your connector because it forks out, stick it from the top down, and then put the screw back in, which ought to be fun. Then it's just a matter of coming back over here and figuring out how much wire that I would need so I can cut it off and then make the terminations. Yeah, I hope everybody has fun tomorrow. I think me and Mrs. Dragon are just going to literally chill out and hang out here at the house. She asked me if I would cook her a steak, and I said if she got it, I'd cook it. So I believe she got steak when she went to the store today. And I'm not going to turn down steak. I mean, I'm not an idiot. And so once again, the spade connectors that I have, these are 1/4 inch female quick disconnects. The ones that came with the switch are a little bit smaller. These definitely still work. So it's definitely still going to be a viable option. Probably should have worn my Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt. And these are not insulated connectors. Insulated connectors would probably be the best to use, but none of these connections are going to be real close to each other. And if you really want to, you can use, and I've done that in the past, just take some heat shrink tubing and heat shrink it. Yeah, I have dinner with friends the day before and then family on Turkey Day. And then Friday is when the lunatics, I mean, everybody goes shopping. I basically have been doing, let's just say I've been Black Friday shopping the entire week. And we got a few new projects here in the Dragon's Den. Namely, um, we've got, let's see, we've got a FormBot Micron Plus kit. So it's basically the same style as this, except it's a Voron 2.4 shrunken down versus a Trident. So it uses the belted Z just like a Voron 2.4 does. We still have the Annex Engineering K3. We've got the V01 to V02 upgrade parts. So we just need to take the V01 apart and rebuild it using the newer parts. Make sure that that does slip in there, which it does. And then what else do we have coming up? We've got the black box kit will be coming soon. Soon. It is a trademark. We have at some point the TiVo Tarantula is going to get revived and rebuilt. Black Box is coming. I believe I mentioned that. Some of you know, I've shown it off a little bit, but I've made a little stream deck. I have gotten some boards off PCBWay that just came in. This is a 12 key stream deck running through a Raspberry Pi Pico. I've got boards to do a 5x5, so 25 key stream deck. So I'll have some things there. Maybe I can design an upgraded MCU. Yeah, no. There's enough out there, and my V0 currently uses a SKR Mini E3V3. And sorry, I'm going to put my head down here while I clip off just a little bit of extra there. It just won't let the screw sit flush if I don't. So it's already got everything set up for an SKR Mini E3V3. There's a part of me that would love to get my hands on the Pico Billicle and put a Pico on it, but I can't find anybody that has and sells just the LDO Pico Billicle. So another option that I can do if I'm really feeling froggy is put a CAN bus on it, though I think CAN bus is kind of majorly overkill for a V0. Now I say that, and we're going to be putting a CAN bus on this and the Micron. So the Micron kit that I have actually comes with pretty much the same setup I'm putting in this one. So this one didn't come with the electronics, so I had to order the power supply and the controller and everything myself. Black on the inside, red on the outside. So black comes here, next there. Really what we're doing here is just matching up black and red. So wherever the black is, the red goes on top. Or excuse me, wherever the black is, the black goes on top. Where the red is, the red goes with it. And then the round will go over on the other one. So yeah, and then the Formbot kit came with pretty much everything. I think there was like one or two things that was missing. There may also be a Trident 350 kit coming. Don't ask me. Don't ask, don't tell on that one. But there will be a Trident 350 kit coming as well. And that basically was a full kit with some few extras. Like, yeah, we'll get into that when that kit comes. That should be here Saturday. So that will be added over to the pile of to be built, which the pile of to be built is starting to get pretty big over here. So yeah, we'll be, we've got content for days. Hey, Pez Liz, welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you for joining in. I'm seeing a lot less lag, and looking, I've only dropped, yeah, 3,000 packets out of like almost 10,000, so like 3.3% drop frames. I can live with that right now. So this is a DFH. It's not a full kit. This was more of, he packaged a bunch of solid fork kits together, right? A bunch of sub kits. So that's where this came from, is DFH. The one that, yes, the Trident 350 came from DFH. And yeah, that was pretty much a full complete kit except for what? A 60-20 and a magnet. And one of the, when you go to buy it, it's like, oh, do you want to add an extra 60-20 fan and a smooth PEI sheet with magnet? I was like, yeah, might as well. That gets me the magnet and I'll have to worry about it. No, I'm going to print your parts because I'm going to print your parts next. I've got all three of these right here are ready to go. As soon as I kill off this spool, I was going to kill off this spool here, which is PLA, and as soon as that was done, I was going to have all three of these running high temp parts, or potentially leave this PLA and print all your Rook parts in PLA. I just have to figure out what color I want to do it in Modlite. Unless you give me something, if you tell me it's up to me, then it might be a blue color because I'm looking at an awful lot of blue sitting in the closet. But I'll print out all of your parts, and then I've got a couple of pieces to print for the Mandalorian armor set, and then I'm going to have the Trident and Fey Dragon just going printing parts because I need to print parts for the Micron build. And then anything after that, it just sort of kind of depends on what, when Black Box comes. Because when Black Box comes, there may be a big hurt on something and we start doing Black Box. Just kind of throwing that one out there because I think me and everybody else that's been seeing Black Box, like if Black Box shows up, if I say, okay, it's going to sit over there in the corner while I finish building something else, I think a few people on here will riot. So, you said orange or blue. I can do either one of those, and like I said, I've got plenty of blue PLA, so we can work on some PLA over there. And I do have a ton of different orange ABSs now as well. You're working, then coming home and hanging out with the wifey. Yep, that is my plan. Pretty much all day tomorrow is just hanging out with the wifey. She's been traveling so much. We had an offer to go up to my brother's house in Virginia again, and we're just like, no, dude, we can't keep doing that. Been traveling way too much lately. Okay, so we've got our switch in, and we've got our power in, and yeah, we got our power in, we got our switch in. We mounted our DIN rail, we mounted our power supply. Now we've got the control rail, which we've already mounted that, but we need to mount our MCU. So okay, digital. All right, digital. Okay, Modlite. Blue will be fine. Great. Make some stovetop in honor of y'all. That'll be awesome. So we've got the heat sink. We've got the CB1, and once again, this is the eMMC version with 32 gig of eMCC on board, so you don't have to use an SD card for this. We've got the EBB36, so this is the CAN bus toolhead board that we're going to add to our toolhead that we were building up. And by the way, I did print the part, so this is a part we were trying to fit in that has the quote-unquote fan saver front to it, and it was just way too tight on the shroud, which was also pushing these out, making it a tight fit in there. And then the replacement part is basically just the top piece. And I've test fitted it, and this side goes towards the fan front, and this will be at the back. You would line it up and mount it, and we will. And that gives us plenty of room on the edge. Since everything's printed in ABS, it's not going to be an issue with any heat. And I need to find that part I just dropped. There it is. So we won't have an issue with any heat. So we'll be working on that soon as well. And then we've got our MCU. So our MCU, and I kind of like the way Big Tree Tech does it, because they provide all the JST fasteners, pens, and everything. So I don't have to buy JSTs anymore. I just buy boards from Big Tree Tech and things from Linneo, and I get all the JST connectors I could ever want. And what we are working on here is a Manta board, and this is a Manta M5P, right? So this has our 5 stepper drivers. I have gone ahead and put the jumpers in the appropriate place to run UART. And we're going to have B, A, left front Z, right middle Z, right front Z. Okay. And these pins down here, these two JST connectors right here for CAN bus. So we'll run CAN bus from here up to the tool head, and the power will pull directly from the 24 volt on the power supply. And of course, we'll have our connectors here and various other connectors. So we'll work through this as we go. So yeah, it's just a matter of how do we want to mount this. The board that I have is, let me see, it's going to go on this side, and how does that work? Because those two line up, and this isn't going to line up. This would line up with the short edge. Somehow I feel like I still have, even though I printed out the M5P clips, I still feel like I've got something wrong because it's not going to line up. So we may have to print off yet another clip. So this clip kind of would go like this and would allow you to run your board in a vertical manner. Where this clip, the only way that it fits is on these two mounting lugs, which of course would give you a, a horizontal, which is I think what I want. Because the only other way would be if I wanted to try and do it this way, but then all my motor mounts are in the back, but my power runs are easier. If I run it like this, my power runs still come around to this side. My motors would be easier. I think I kind of like it more like this though. So that's how we're going to mount it, but I'm going to have to try and, once again, find another M5P mount and get that started. And kind of not going to care about changing color on it because it's underneath the deck. Dang it. And just out of curiosity, I want to see if either one of these, which for an octopus board, will actually just slightly different. Killing me. I mean, I have an octopus board, and that's what I was originally going to put in here, but I don't want to kill an octopus board just for this. Because if I do the octopus board, then I would definitely still need a MCU of some sort, right? So, or I'm sorry, a host computer of some sort. And that would mean that I would have to go and get a, um, or it would just become a space issue in here, really. It would be very, very tight. And you would have to use something along the lines of a, um, like a 5 volt or some type of buck converter or plug something in a UART mode. So give me 1 second here and let me see if I've actually got M5P files down here or if I've moved them somewhere already. I think I see what I did wrong. Let me get Orchesplicer opened up here. I think I did one horizontal and one vertical rather than um, doing them all the right way. So we'll get the noisemaker started over there and get some files sliced real fast. These should be relatively quick prints. This would, the way the DIMM brackets go is this would mount like this. And like I said, I really want it to go this way, which they say, I guess I'm looking at the horizontal mounts and the horizontal mounts would make it go the other way. Let me look at the vertical mount. Yeah. This will be a quick 38-minute print. Meanwhile, we can still work on getting things put together onto the board. I'll set these off to the side. And let me clear a little snot nose while we let that start heating up. So what we can do is we can kind of look at this on where we're going to set it, and we can start working through some of our wiring and other things. One of which is just populating the board itself and getting it ready. So let me move you guys down here. So as I said, I've gone ahead and put the jumpers in the appropriate place so that we can run all 5 of these in UART mode. Thanks for the lurk, Solar. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing tonight, nerd? Hope you're doing well. What do I need to do? I need to come over here to my octopus board, which I was originally going to use just to pull my TMC drivers off of it. See, once again, if I use this board, it's going to take up a lot of real estate no matter where I put it. And then I would still have to have a Raspberry Pi of some sort. Well, yeah, I'd still have to have a Raspberry Pi. I mean, this is the version 1.1. So it does have CAN bus on here. But I'd still have to find the host computer. And as you can see, I mean, I only need 5 drivers. The 6th driver over here would be for the Toolhead, which I'm going to run in. I'm going to run that on CAN bus. So I'm just going to pop these off. Line them up, and I like how Big Tree Tech does it where one side's red, the other side's black. And that just helps you identify which pins go on which side so that everything lines up. And you just stick it on there. So that's all we're going to do is pop them off of one board, put them on the other. We'll use the octopus board in something down the road. Like I said, I think the Trident comes with everything, so we won't need to. Use it on that. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Did ModBot just finish? And is he up and moving on his build? Well, I know he was moving, but is he printing and pushing plastic well? Okay, so blue for all the parts and the rook and the bed in a different color. I can do that, Mod Light. If you would be so kind as to send that to me in Discord, just so I'll forget between now and then. Okay, so there's our 5 stepper motors plugged in, or stepper drivers, sorry, plugged in. And we're going to, once again, mount this possibly in this orientation, because this will put our connectors for our display as a short jump there. That puts our power back here, so we'll be able to run a set of Wagos to bring our power over. CAN bus will be there right next to the power, so this will probably be the best way for us to do that. So we've got that in there. I am going to take the other Now I'll leave the other driver on the Octopus board for now. Let's put this away. Yeah, we were going to use the Octopus for this build, but in talking it over with Aaron as on one of the first streams, we realized space is at a premium on this build. So having to also toss in a an MC, or excuse me, a host computer, aka a Raspberry Pi of some sort, it just becomes troublesome. So going this way and running our CB1 on here as a dedicated host computer, it's just a lot tighter package. We only need 5 drivers to begin with, so this works out well for us. Now what I'm going to do is these 4 holes have this little plastic film on them, and you need to take those off to get your wires up in there. It's kind of pain in the butt to get it off. Or then you send it flying over to you. So one's off. Two. 3. So yeah, we've got a few builds in the works here. Zombie, I think you missed some of that. So we've got the salad fork. We've got the 2.4 we're building for Chewy. Over here I've got a FormBot Micron Plus kit. So same size as this, same pretty much MCU package and everything, except I'm going to run a CB1 with eMCC memory on this one, where the other one just has a standard one. Hey, Subsector, welcome in. And I love that I'm getting more duckies. And we've got the Annex K3 kit. We've got the V01 to V02 update for Baby Blue over in the corner there. And we've got a 350 Trident build on the way. So got a few things to keep us busy here. Yeah, I've got a whole set of duckies over there. So one of the things you need to do is just take a look at the silk screening. It's got the CPU and the RAM here. The connectors are offset to one side. So just double check. The MCU's here, the RAM's here. So this is the processor. This is the RAM. This is the eMCC chip here. And then this is your wireless. And if you look here, it's kind of how everything's laid out. And once again, your pins on your board are offset towards my finger and the QC sticker. And the offset is to this way. So that's how we're going to line it up. And basically, you just line up the four mounting holes. And you'll feel, just shake it a little bit and you'll feel that those board-to-board connectors line up. And then on each side, don't push down on the RAM, but on each side of the RAM, just push and you'll hear a click. And now this board is seated and it's one with the Manta board. Now, if you're going to use the SPI display, you would connect it to this ribbon connector here. And then the other two are a standard display and a camera. So those are your 3 connectors for your camera, your display, and your SPI screen. So now that we've got that attached, You will want to attach your wireless antenna extension via this tiny little annoying connector, which I probably should have done before I snipped the board on here, but you definitely want to get this attached before you do your heat sink. I went on there, probably the easiest of any I've ever done. I am going boop, and I'm going boop on the Micron, and I'm going boop on this one. It's been a little bit of a learning curve. I believe, excuse me. So I believe the Micron's going to be just like this one, where the X rail that comes with it is a HGN 9C, and it needs to be a 9H carriage. So I'm going to double check that, and once I get that confirmed, if it needs to have an H carriage, I'll do the same thing I did for the salad fork and just order it from Fabrico, because they've got the right rail and it comes pre-lubed. So, hey, Aaron 3DP, welcome on in. Pete, welcome on in. Correct. The SPI display only works with the CB1, and so that's why you've got all three connectors on the bottom of the Manta board. So you will want to make sure that this is spread across, at the very least, the RAM and the processor. If you can get it over the EMCC as well, that'll be great. But it's really sized for the processor and the memory, or the the RAM, not the EMCC. And this stuff is not like super sticky, so trying to get the top clear plastic off is kind of a pain in the butt. And it's got the cutout that goes over the wireless, and you'll have 4 screws that are going to go through the top, and these will screw into the sockets at the bottom plate there. And that one's too big. These are, I believe, M25 screws. So just like everything else, go crossing corners, get all of them started, then Start securing them down so you've got a nice good heat spread. You definitely want the heat sink on these. These are kind of no joke as far as heat output. And you'll probably want a fan going across it as well. So, and we will have a fan in here coming from the side. Hey, Westery, welcome on in. Welcome, or thank you for the lurk. I know this is an off day for me to stream. Are you going to be streaming tonight, Westery? Because if I am tromping on you, just let me know, sis. All right, and you want these snug, but don't like really try and press them down just like any other CPU. You don't want to crack the case on the CPU. But that's going to be our setup. I am going to go ahead and send those other two mounts over. Oh, right, I put it at 110. It's going to drop back down to 105. So we're going to mount it like this, relatively speaking. So our motors are going to go here, our bed wires, and it does say that there should be room and our bed wires can go right underneath. So we will be able to bring our bed wires right underneath and straight in, which will be nice. These will be our thermistor wires for the bed. And then this is the fans for the bed fans. So we'll have all of those. Let me get rid of this stuff here. I don't want to get too started on mounting things just yet until we get the mounts on there actually. Oh, these are so cute. So these are our Z motor wires that came in the kit. Yeah. Yeah, Liz over there streaming like 15 different things. Yeah, we can do the rookery and the bed in orange and the rest in blue. So these are some of our Z motor wires. And about the only one that will work great is this one right here, because we'll be able to get there, but they're all apparently the same size. And there is zero chance of even this one coming in and coming around unless I just literally take it right over the top, and that's not even going to go in the right way. So the way the motors are going to go is B, A, left front, center rear, right front. So really, I'm going to have to be fabricating some motor cables. So it's a good thing I think I have a bunch of these. So like I said, this is about the only one that would come in and fit because it's going to come right over here to this last motor. So these two, kind of nice they provide them, but unless you're, I mean, if I mounted it like this, I could use two of them here and I'd just have to make one for the rear. I guess it helps if I do this. So I'm wanting to really mount it like this in this orientation. Let me go ahead and raise you all up some. Might be a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I got you, Britt. So if I put it in this orientation, which is what I was thinking about doing, I can possibly offset it just a bit. I can put a clip here with Wagos. So I can come straight from here into the Wagos because I need to provide power for the motors and power for the board from the 24 volts. So I can come into here into a set of 3x Wagos and bring power directly. Since I've got two connectors here, I can bring my CAN bus, when I bring that down, I can go directly in to the power supply for the power to the tool head, and then the other connectors come across to the CAN, which would be over here. But once again, I can only then use one of the 3 Z motors cables that were provided. If, however, I were to mount it, say like this, then I could use 2 of them for these 2 motors and only have to build 1 cable for that. I could still bring my Wagos onto this side and just have to bring my wires around to supply the power. CAN bus power would go here, the cables would come under and go over here. What do you guys think? Do you think that doing it like this is a better orientation? Because if so, I need to change the mounts I'm getting ready to print. You think like this is a little bit better? It's doable. So in that case, let me cancel that print. And we'll print the other ones. All right, so folks, give me 1 second. Just gotta keep an eye and clean my nozzles. So all right, sorry about that. Okay, we will mount it like this then. I am going to start those prints, which means we'll need another one of these. We'll just have to make 1 motor cable, which is easy enough. And like I said, I'll just get these kind of there, but not plugged in yet. Our thing talks about mounting the MCU and the Raspberry Pi. And like I said, this becomes very, very tight if you have to do that. And the only way to sufficiently do that would be to then run the Raspberry Pi off the UART modes, which would be kind of the TFT display pins off the board. Yep. Yeah, so normally, like I said, my first concept was to do it that way, keep the power towards the back, have the motors here. But by doing it this way, I can reuse, or I can use the two cables that they actually provided for the motors, and we can still run our 24-volt power, you know, over here on a Wago, connected in. Our CAN bus is right over here in the back. So our CAN bus cable is going to come right between the frame and the rear motor. So the power would come up over to the power supply, and the other cables would run right underneath here and go into CAN. And then I can pretty much run everything else needed around this way. So I think we'll be able to do that well. And then that way, getting fans, we can blow the fans straight over the long ways. Okay, that's cool, Monlight. Thank you for checking on that for me. And that's really what the electronics section talks about, is dealing with that. The next piece would be skirts. I really don't want to do the skirts until I'm done with the wiring, and then I'll come back and do the skirts, simply because you start closing things in on the side and it gets more, and it's harder to work on this stuff. But what we can possibly do is validate some of our wiring and possibly even start on a couple of other things, like doing we can work on finishing our tool head and putting our tool head together. I'm going to come over and grab the wire that I just knocked off. So we can flip this over and start working on the tool head. Or, well, I mean, no, we can finish the tool head and then get it ready for mounting. Now let's work on that. I'll go ahead and bring you guys back down here some. Yeah, and I get it. That's why I normally like to go long ways as well, Aaron, is less chance of things bouncing it. But also, once you flip it over, there's not going to be any pressure applied to the board. So a couple of things that we can work on is, and I guess really it comes down to how many spare motor wire sets do I have. I can crimp the 4-pin side all day long. I'm choosing not to crimp the 6-pin side, especially not since I'm having surgery next week. So there's a couple of things we can do. We can work on software configuration. We can start getting like our host setup and doing all of that part now, we can finish building as much as we can on our toolhead, which I think is what we'll jump back over and do. Because this would just be 4 screws. This goes in. And then we can start working on our tool board and wiring back here. Yeah. I think we're going to go ahead and work on installing this. I believe these take M3x6 screws. But let me just double check that M3s go in there. They might be 2.5s. I can't remember. Nope, M3s are going to mount those. So question just becomes, is it going to be a M3x6, M3x8, or M3x10? It won't be a 6. And I believe doing socket head should be fine there. They should go down there very nicely. They do. And we're going to use M3x8s. M3x8 socket head. Pull out all my little black ones. And with the color theme. And once again, the lettering goes towards the back. The little curved opening edge will go towards the front, which would be where the fan would be on here. So we're going to set this up on the top, line it up, and start screwing them in there. Get them started. Don't crank them down until you get all of them going. Yeah, 10s would actually go all the way through, so these are going to be M3x8s. I did check the length, and 10 would go all the way through the top of the metal here, so I don't want to add too much there. Couple of ugga-duggas. And we are going to have plenty of length on our cables, so that's going to be great. We'll be cutting and crimping those. Let me go back here to our toolhead section. Going to scroll down here a little bit. Okay, and we are basically doing the PXG. So this is the XG hot end. Once again, this is showing this part. So it's got the fan saver around it. This will not work. It is too tight, and it's not working with the parts that I have for whatever reason. It's just way, way, way too snug. So They're showing the Revo, but it's M3x8. They use button heads. I use socket heads. It's not going to matter. Those work just fine. And then we're going to put some PTFE tube in. And this should be, I'll say, your standard PTFE tube. So make sure it is not your 3mm style reverse Bowden PTFE tube. And if you've got a bit of Capricorn tube like I do here, even better. And so I tend to chamfer both ends of my PTFE tube. And I don't know if this will pick it up, but I do a little bit of an inside chamfer on it. And what that will do is it allows for when you're doing a retract or a filament unload, you're going to get a little bit of a bulbous tip if your ramming is not set up appropriately. And this just makes it easier for that to get in and out without hanging. So you do need to take this and shove it all the way down. So is there a hot end cover I can get for the Ender 3 V2 without buying one with a fan? Is there a hot end cover that you can get for the V2 without buying one with a fan? Yeah, Modlite, if you would be, that would be great if you could do that. And you should be able to toss a link in there. Let me move that out of the way. Got way too many things here. I'm going to sit down for a moment. There we go. So we've got our PTFE tube in here, and it's going to tell you PTFE tube length. The total length of your PTFE tube will be dependent on the hot end you choose. Regardless, the tube must be cut at a length which enables it to protrude from the top 6 millimeters. So we've got this in there and it's all the way down, and I know that part's good. Now I need to cut it at 6 millimeters. The easiest way to do that is to find one of your old parts, the tools for one of your other builds that has that I thought I had it in here. Whoop, oh, there it is. Aha! Why you never throw away your little parts in your jigs. So this is a jig that you will print out when you do a Voron V02. So this is the tab for your A motor pulley, the tab for your B motor pulley. I want to say you would put a 5 millimeter washer in there to work your cam locks on your top piece. But if you see that says 6 millimeter. So this piece is 6 millimeters thick. So what you do is you take this with your tube put in and fully seated. You'll slide this over your tube, make it flush, and that's 6 millimeter gap. So now you can take your sharp hobby knife and make sure your top here is flat, cutting away from you, and you will cut this off, and that would be your 6 millimeter exposure. And if you're like me, you're just going to put it back on there. It looks like I got a little bit of an angle at the end there. So I'm just going to make sure and trim that up again. You want that trimmed nice and flush. And then once again, since this is going to be the feed in from your extruder, you want to add a chamfer on this as well. So you grab your deburring tool. Right, this is a purpose deburring bit that I was using for aluminum aircraft skins. And you don't have to do much, just a few turns. And grab your tweezers. You might have a little bit of the plastic burr in there. Just make sure you get that out. And you've got another chamfered inlet. And so now, and there's the tool that we were just talking about, and it shows you how to trim that. Now you're going to take this and slide it up right from the center. So we're going to take this, kind of put it in, just get it started a little bit low. Press it, line it up. Push it up on in there. And there you go. Your hot end's there. You want to make sure that your holes line up, which they do. And now we can start working on wiring. It shows you actually mounting it and then doing your wiring, but we're going to work on wiring because we're going to have a toolhead board on here, and that toolhead board is going to be our EBB36. And what that means, once again, we've got all the connectors we could ever want for it. We've got some standoffs. So let me get a couple of things out of here, namely the pins. I'll have a couple of standoffs in here. You can use these, or I have some different ones that I'm probably going to use. And you're going to have some jumpers. You're going to need one of those jumpers, and you're going to need the heat sink. The rest of these we can put in here again for now. Whoops. Pull out the two screws there. So you've got an option. You can use the hexagonal ones that come with the kit, or I picked up a bunch of these. These are aluminum standoffs. They're M3 by 20 millimeters, and they're knurled black aluminum standoffs. It's up to you which one you want to use. These are the same length. Actually, these are just a tad smidge shorter, but I think they will look better. So I'm going to use these as long as they wind up being long enough to clear the motor, which they should. You're just going to take these and screw them onto the back of those M3 by 10s that we had there. It'll look just like that. And I just think those will look a little bit nicer than the other ones will. And then I also printed this piece out. And this is a piece, it'll slip right over your knurled nuts, right? And this will give us a place to mount a strain relief for our, and it just press fits on there over the top of it. And this will give us strain relief for our 4-pin cable for our CAN bus coming in. So now we're just going to line this up and we're going to use these supplied screws. They should hopefully make it through there. Our 2.5mm driver. So the issue I'm having is with the pins. So because of where the screw locations are, the pins for this jumper right here are fouling on the printed part. So I just need to snip these pins a little bit to get them a little bit smaller. Don't completely snip them flush, or you could have a bad electrical connection, but we do need to snip them just a tad bit shorter, and it just really needs to be the one. You'll notice there I didn't snip it completely off, but I did snip some of it down just to the top of the solder joint. And that way, that should give me the clearance I need to mount this. Okay, I'm also going to apparently have to go with some longer screws. These look to be like M3x6, and I think they're just too small lengthwise to get through the printed part. So we'll grab some M3x8s or M3x10. Boy. Yep. M3x8s will work. Just want to snug those up. We don't want to crank on them too hard. And that's going to be our toolhead board. So now we will be able to go through and do our wiring. Now, one of the things that I will highly suggest, flash all your boards before connecting stuff up. It's a lot easier. Two, there's nothing to interfere with the flashing process. I mean, you can get your wires set up and, run up and get them ready to connect. Just don't physically connect them in until you are ready to. Because that just buys you Well, it buys you a lot more time in getting, or not time, but it just makes it a lot easier. We'll put it that way. And some of these you will have to think on how they're going to be run, how they're going to, run up through here. You want to know where things are mounting on the board, so you're this tiny connector here is your heaters. So you almost want to do a short jumper wire and make the wire smaller than this, because I mean, these aren't really thick wires, but it's the insulating coating here. And you can see where they've already soldered them right here. So you can almost cut them right here and go with a smaller gauge wire to bring up here, rather than having multiple multiple solder joints on the way up here. But you're really going to want to make this a smaller gauge wire to get in here, just because this connector is so incredibly small, right? So you want to plan out kind of where you're going to make that connection, and make sure that you stagger your joints some if possible. And like I said, I may just redo these right down here over where they had soldered them the first time, and just go with smaller gauge wire. Thermistor, I'll need to look at the wiring diagram to make sure I cut these in the appropriate manner and direction. But you are going to want to shorten these wires up and make them a little prettier and easier to come up here. Just make sure you route them up along the front side and up and around, and you'll be good. If you try and run them directly up here, remember you're going to have a rail mounting right here. So you want it to go up through the sides and then come up and around. So we will work on that a little bit here. The thermistor wire, we'll go ahead and leave it this size and cut. I'm just trying to see where I'm going to bring it up and around. So we'll cut that one about right there. We'll be able to re-terminate this. Once again, we're going to bring it up, keep it tight, around, plug it in. The power cable, we'll have to do some soldering, and like I said, I might do this way down here, or I guess I can do it right up here. The biggest point, like I said, is just these wires and the insulation are going to be too thick to get it nicely up into these connectors. I know that from experience. These will be your fan wires. One of them is going to come around and go in there. You'll want to cut these a little bit shorter. The motor wire we will definitely cut shorter because it just needs to jump right here. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get everything lined up and connected, which means I do want the EBB 36 stuff. Meaning the EBB 36 wiring diagrams. And double check which version you got. This is the 1.2 version. The 1.1 and the 1.2 are the same thing. The difference is the 1.2 did fix one thing. And you'll notice you'll have the firmware. You'll have the USB and the CAN bus. We are going to do CAN bus on this. So we'll have the firmware, and we have the config file down here that we can pull from. Uh-oh, did I miss something? Okay, Monlight. Have a good night. Sorry about that. I know I've been kind of head down and not paying attention to chat. I do apologize. And everybody who is on here, if you wouldn't mind, how is the stream going so far? I've lost a few frames, but I don't think we've lost a lot. I think the smoothness of the stream has been going well. But if you guys could just verify that for me, I would appreciate it. Pezliz, I apologize. I missed you cheering 10 bits earlier. One Raz, thank you for the follow. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm a little scatterbrained right now, and I'm trying. There's a bunch of stuff going on at work, and I'm just trying to get my mind off of it as well while I'm doing this. Okay, Monlight, not a problem. You're good. Well, thank you for another 10 cheered bits, Pezliz. I appreciate that. And for those of you that are interested, the drop game does work on my stream if you want to do some drops. We do also have things like slots and roulette if you feel the need to gamble some. What I need to do here is EBB 36 can and hardware, Venn diagram. So this is what we're going to be using to set up our our stuff, that stuff. So we've got 2 fans. One's going to be for the Toolhead. The other one is going to be for the part cooling, which means we will need to bring our 2 part cooling fans together and make them into one. The shorter wire that we have here should be, I say should be, the axial fan. God, I hate that. Because now I've got to figure out which one was which again. Well, the easiest way is going to be to pop that out and pop this out, which the easiest way to do that will be to grab a pair of pliers and gently pull on the one exposed, I'll say, leaf edge. Gently, making sure you don't grab the wires. And when that becomes a pickle, oh, there we go. So the shorter of the 2 is the other cooling fan. We got to keep that in mind. The shorter of the 2 on the right-hand side is the other cooling fan. So these 2 come together to make the part cooling fan. And the part cooling fan, can't remember if that goes to PA's fan 1 or fan 2. Let me take a quick look at the CAN bus sample config. heater fan, hot end fan on the config is set for PA1. Okay, so the heater fan or the hot end fan, this one, goes to PA1. So PA1 is the closest to our heater board here. Let me actually, I'm like, you guys are way up there, not able to see. Let's see if I can't bring you down here. Turn this on. And maybe make that a little bit bigger. Okay, so on our board here, this is our power input. The one right next to it is PA1, so this will be the hot end fan. The middle one is PA0, that will be for our two part cooling fans. And then we'll have our thermistor over on this side. So we can run our heater up to the right and our thermistor up to the left and make it a little bit easier to get to things. And once again, let me go ahead and set this down in here again. Okay, so our thermistor wires will come over to the left. Here wires go that way because our thermistor is going to come around and go into this connection here. And I believe that is a standard JST connector. They give us all of the connectors that we could ever need for this board right here. So we will re-terminate them using the supplied connectors and pins. Maybe. There we go. Well, we need a 2-pin connector. I'm just going to put that in place and make sure that it fits, which it does. That's a standard JST. And I've got the DuPont connectors, JST connectors. We've got 2 strips. I just want to make sure and see if these are the same size or not. I believe all of these should be the same size. And at first glance, if you look at them like this, they look like they're the same length. When you look at them like this, they are different sizes. So you need to make sure that you get the right size for the right socket. And I'm going to assume that these, from the looks of it, are larger pins. So that is correct. So our larger pins will be the 2s and the 3s. The 4 may be the smaller pin, because it's just got a smaller set. But we'll see. It might be, oh no. No. Let me rephrase that. The smaller pins will be for this connector. Whoops. So the smaller pins are for this connector, this middle connector. So we've got DuPont, and then this middle connector would be those smaller pins, where these are the larger pins. So your thermistor, your part cooling fans, your hot end fan, your hot end connector. The 3-pin here is, what is the 3-pin there? This is RGB. So this vertical 3-pin here would be RGB. This is your motor. the top 4 pins here are your I2C. The one weird small connector here is your in-stop pins. And it's positive, ground, and then 3 different in-stop pins. Don't ask me why. And then this back row of 5 would be your probe. And that's where you would put like your BL Touch. Now we will put our probe in, and it'll be on the 3 pins towards the center. And we'll put our X end stop in this middle connector. So. Hey, Maker Viking. Hunter's Danger Den. How's everybody doing this evening? We are just kind of working here. Let me see if I can't get you guys a little bit different angle here while not dropping you on top of me. There we go. I need this. I need my crimpers. So I wasn't exactly sure what we were going to get into tonight, nor do I realize how long I'm going to run tonight. It's an off night for me, and I'm really just trying to check out my video stream because I've had so many problems over the last couple of streams with just stream quality. So it appears like my stream quality is getting better. Yay. I did change a bunch of things up. So hopefully things are better. Now remember, when you're doing these, you don't need to strip very much of the wire, just very tiny amount for these, because one piece actually crimps on the wire and then the other piece crimps on the insulation. So you don't need a lot, but you do need a little bit more than what I just did on that one. There we go. I hope everybody's doing well today, and you're looking forward to having a long, well-deserved weekend. You're in bed, Maker Viking? Okay. Well, just to make me feel better, just tell me that you're tired from work and everything, and that I'm not putting you to sleep. So we're going to put this in there. And crimp it around the wire for the inner piece. And then the outer piece is the longer of the 2 little feet are going to go around the insulated jacket. And it's normally just 1 step higher on your crimping tool. And when you're dealing with thin wires, it likes to move around on you a bit, which makes life fun, trying to get them into your crimper. Okay, and what I just realized is that's not crimped down enough. So if you can get it figured out before you peel it off, go in with the next smaller size, crimp it again, and hopefully give it the tug. That's still not staying on there. Goodness gracious. I don't think I've ever had to step to the smallest size, but what was needed right there. Okay, so that one's on there nicely. Now we just know that we got to step this one down a couple of times because this is very, very thin wire. Do need to make sure that we get a very good electrical connection because this is our thermistor. If we don't have a good electrical connection on our thermistor, we will get misreadings. So definitely make sure that you're prepped nice and tightly. And then you do what I just did and pop that off and start over. Yeah, doing some of these smaller wires are kind of a pain in the tuchus. Especially when you're trying to do the longer legs around the wire sheathing itself, the insulation, because the wires have a tendency of not folding over nicely, which leads to fun times and problems, such as you just saw. Okay, that should work. There is no polarity on thermistor wires. So you just have to get them in there. You don't have to worry about polarity. We will have to worry about polarity when it comes to our fans. But for our thermistor, no polarity needed. Make sure your wires go in and lock in. And that one is just shy of locking in. Go. Once again, this will come up and be able to come around and plug in. Like that. So we're just checking them out, making sure that we've got good wire lengths. The short one over here that comes up and goes over as well. Of course, I basically need to join these two together right at that joint and then bring them in here. I'll have to think on this one. Because I may like just try and bring it up here, join them together into one, and then go like that, and kind of do an under over type of thing. I think how that fits. That should work just fine. Yeah, I'll have to work on that. What I'm gonna do is I'll use my I'll use these. These are the Wi-Fi. I've got a bigger set of this, but basically they are pre-made. Well, they're solder connectors with heat shrink. So the tube will heat shrink around it, and then you heat up the center there, and it's solder. And you can use these, especially on these smaller wires. It works out really well. And that's what I'll use to do these two fan wires here. The other fan wire, I'm simply going to come up, find the length of bringing it up and back down, cutting that length, and we'll just re-terminate this one. And we'll need to know that our power is at the bottom. Our power on both of these fans is at the bottom, and the signal pin is at the top. So just need to know that piece. And we will get these connectors going. And you don't need to pull a lot off of the insulation here. Have a couple more of our pins and another one of the connectors. Yeah, they're butt connectors with solder joints, and they are heat shrink as well, so you don't have to worry about it. They're kind of an all-in-one setup, which is really nice. Makes it a lot easier. Have a good one, Maker Viking. Take my connector, just kind of set it in there so I know how it's going, and I know that the power is on the bottom side. That's how I'm going to put so the power goes in that side. We're going to make sure that it goes all the way in. Here we go. We got that one all the way in. Now the next one is our ground, or in this case, the signal pin. Both of those are good, so that'll come around, go right there, and I tend to, there's zip tie points on the upper corner here, and then I sometimes will put a zip tie around these knurled nuts as well to keep them up and out of the way. And I have no problem bringing them up here kind of like this, just to keep them up out of the way. I'd rather than be a little long and have the ability to do what I'll refer to as a maintenance loop, than not have enough space. And then this piece over here, I'm just basically going to those there. We'll keep this side. We're going to bring these two together. Sometimes separating these fan wires is a pain in the butt. Might be worthwhile to do a little cut right at the end. Just get a clean one. Otherwise, when you go to peel it back, it could peel the insulation off one side. I know what that's sort of doing right now. And once again, we're going to go red to red, black to black. These two will get twisted and put into one side, and then the other black side will come in from this over here on the other side, and we'll make a fan junction. And I know Steve talks about staggering the joints some, which is always probably a good thing to do. I might have to go grab my other strippers because these are And you want a little bit of the wire exposed here because we are going to be trying to twist them a little bit together. Black, red to red. Whoop, good job. Black to black and red to red. And this would be where having your heat gun with the I'll say the concentrator tip is going to come in handy because we're going to be in tight quarters. So being able to do one at a time will be useful. Okay, let's do black first. We'll get the black in there where it starts to do an overlap. And if you need to spread your wires out a little bit more, spread your wires out a little bit more. But you're going to want your wires to be overlapped right where the solder joint is. And then you'll use your tool to just heat it up. You can see the solder flash, you should be good. And it's malleable at the moment. So you want to kind of make sure it's in the direction that you need it to be. Okay. So there's that piece. Now we're going to come in and do the same thing on the other side. Run your red wires in. Twisted wires to the center. Bring your other end in. Make sure that they're all joined together right at the solder piece. Just getting while it's still a little malleable. Watch out so you don't burn yourself. I'm going to try and hold them together a little bit. Two nice solder joints there. And once again, we're going to just kind of line this up with our zip ties so that we'll have plenty of room and they'll be out of the way. And we'll be able to bring this around and plug it in. Now we might have to look at the orientation of our pins. This is pinned the right direction to go in there. We'll just need to, I guess if we want, swap it over to a 2-pin black one, just so it looks nice. Or I shouldn't say so it looks uniform. Hey Chris, how's it going? You're feeling about 85%. Well, I guess that's better than not feeling great at all. Push the locking tab way down in there, so now I gotta figure out how to get it pushed back up. Okay, locking tab engaged. This comes around and this comes around that way as well. Come up and over and plug in. What we're working on, Chris, is we're just kind of lining up our wiring and just kind of testing out that everything's going to be a fit. And then we will come around and unplug things, do our software. There's a part of me that says like maybe do software off stream. We'll see. I don't know. I am going in for surgery in a few days. So, well, this time next week I'm going in for surgery. So won't be doing much wiring or things. So I'm just trying to figure out what to do. Our power cable, like I said, I'm going to run smaller gauge wire in here and then we'll do another solder connection for this side. It's just so much easier to run a smaller gauge wire stub in there. I mean, not that small, but we'll go a smaller gauge, probably like maybe a 20 gauge. Let's chit chat for a short bit. How's everybody going? Welcome on in, Chris. So Chris, I know you haven't been feeling well, and I hope that you have not been at work, but I do want to ask a work-related question, and that's, have you made any progress with Autodesk? Oh, by the way, my light, that's awesome that you went out the kit box. Yeah, I'm familiar with the kit boxes. Those are really nice airplanes. Now, you say bush plane and kit box, they're all tail draggers, right? They're traditional tail draggers, or did they? I want to say they have. Well, no, they have a light sport version kit box, if I remember right. I'm not sure if they're still selling it, but I think there was a few of them that went out. You should have gotten a notification on Twitch, Chris. I know there was one earlier. I've been doing a lot of testing, trying to just get the stream a little bit better. So far, I'm only rocking a 2.4% drop frame rate. So that's going pretty good. I had to drop some things down. I think looking at it some more, it is an issue with the upload on my network that's causing some issues. So I had to drop the stream quality down so that it could get through or upload without a lot of issues. Yeah, so they are. I knew they were traditionally tail draggers. I thought there was at least one that they did as an LSA version with a tricycle gear, but Steam is much better tonight, or the stream is much better tonight. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to say downsampling, but my my cameras and everything are set to 1080p, but I am streaming at 720p and 30 frames per second. But I believe I'm recording at 1080p 60 frames per second in case I need to upload the VOD afterwards. So we've got this. I'll do the motor wire off stream. This wire, I will double check the length, and then this wire. Which one was I on? This one. So this is the wire for the OptiTap sensor, right? So it's already fitted to go in that way. I can't install this until I get the Toolhead installed, because I have to be able to get to this screw that goes into this little tab right here by my finger. So there's a screw that goes in there, and then I'll be able to mount the OptoTap because I won't have clearance for that screw, and you really need the two from the front, one at the back to give it the rigidity. So yeah, I think so far everything's going good here. We'll be able to run some zip ties and make everything nice and flush. I have run these wires up in here in the past on one of mine. It was a major pain in the ass. And that's why I said I'm going to downstep the wires out of this. And then we'll do our heat shrink tubing to make the connection right here. We'll leave a little bit of slack so we can just kind of bend it up and out of the way like this. We'll probably make that connection right here so we've got a little bit of length, but not a lot. In fact, just to make this easier and so I don't bust these wires here, I'm going to cut these, say, right there, because this is just a lot of weight that keeps yanking on these wires down here in that ceramic heater. So we'll get this wire made. We'll need to go ahead and do our programming of the board, and I still need to trim down and make my motor wire. I guess we can probably do that now. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a midstream. I was really trying to check and make sure that I've figured out the issue with my streaming stuff, which it seems like I have. I think we're going to use that bend right there to our advantage. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pin it out exactly like this. And if it needs to be changed, then we'll change that later. So, where's one of my 4-pin? No, that's the 5-pin. There's the 4-pin. More jobs for you at the start of the year. Nice. See, that's the good. If you do good work, work continues to come to you, right? And especially on things like that where you get inspected and it's by something like the FAA where the inspections are always a PETA. I mean, I cannot express to people how much of a pain in the ass a FAA inspection is, especially on a certificated plane. Yeah, you're worth your weight in gold when you can pass one of those first time out, and especially if you impress the inspector. That's like, you're in. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look here. I need black first. So pull that out. We'll strip an end off. And we'll get going. I'm just going to do them one at a time. And Chris, I didn't see if you responded, but have you had any communication with the Autodesk folks? I just know you haven't streamed in a while because you've been sick, and I know that. I just wanted to see if you'd heard anything, because I'm sure Poity, and if I run into Poity, he'd probably want to know too. So unfortunately, when you're using the connectors that are a little bit larger like this, and you've got that really thin FEP wire, it for whatever reason, it likes to be a pain in the butt and fold over on itself versus curling up on itself. And what you just saw was I just cut the tails on that the longer tail on this back end piece. I just cut them ever so slightly, and it helps some as you're trying to get them to close up. Gotcha. Gotcha. So we fixed it, but it's not fixed. Okay. Next up, this is why I hate wiring on stream. Because bad eyes with bad lighting, and by bad lighting, I'm talking about my current overhead light is got like a yellow tinge to it, which makes it a pain in the butt to tell colors when you're red-green colorblind. Two, two, blue. Yeah, well, that's like I said, that's awesome though, Monlight. If you're getting kudos out of the FAA, that's a good job. That is a good job. So I will say while we're sitting here and you're watching me partially on stream, partially off camera doing my wiring here, that the plan is still to not stream tomorrow. Gonna spend a relaxed day with Mrs. Dragon. Maybe go see Evil Diesel and his wife. Who knows? But we're gonna stay in town, and then Saturday we should be streaming, and we'll be back to um, working on the Voron 2.4 and hopefully get a little bit of work done on that. And then, like I said, we've got a pile of projects to work on. We've got plenty to keep us busy in the interim, Chris. And Chris, I saw you guys have a Black Friday sale, right? Do you guys have a Cyber Monday or are you just doing a Black Friday? Oh, and I know you're pushing as hard as you can. I know. I was just saying. And ooh, that's the other thing, Chris, the shipping label. I did send you a DM with the weight. Okay. Just come around and go right up there like that. And once again, we'll be able to, we probably could have made that a little bit looser, but we'll probably try and add that to a loop right there. Loop this side over here. We should be good that way. Once again, our our boot probe will be on these 3 pins right here. And we can probably, because this is in essence like an end stop, we might be able to get the X end stop here. If not, it's definitely going to go in two of what we've got 5 volts, so it'd be the second and third pin in this 5-pin connector, which would be a ground and a PB6. So, yeah, I think we're looking good there so far on this. Can't do boot for a little bit. I just heard the parts fan stop, or all the fans stop on Bay Dragon behind me, which means that our mounts for our motherboard should be done. So let's grab those, get those cleaned up, and we can add the motherboard on there. See if we like it in that orientation or if we want to change it around. We just put this up so that we don't catch ourselves and trip on it or burn ourselves on it like we do so often with things around here. Just going to clean up the brims on these parts. I've started doing brims, especially on these long, thin parts. And even on some other parts too, just because the edges have been starting to curl up a lot more lately. So worth the half a cent of plastic to do a brim, keep the part from warping and coming off the bed. Know that trying to do some corners, your deburring tool really isn't the best tool for doing corners. So it might be worthwhile to do what you can with the deburring tool, and if you've got a sharp corner or an edge, just hit it with the file real fast. Quick run over with the file. Never hurts. And I know that Monlight understands that, because that's the last thing you need to do is reach into a semi-blind spot on an airplane and get caught on a piece of metal or something else that had a sharp edge that you couldn't see. But then again, are you really working on a plane if you're not bleeding in the plane? All right, we'll move our wiring around some. We're back on this camera. And we'll come back to this one. So the way this works is this will be the one long edge, and this will mount to this hole and this hole in that fashion. And I believe from the looks of it that these are going to be straight, just screwed into the plastic. And our ding clips are put on with M2 by 10 self-tapping screws. And we are going to grab the ones that were left over from the last Boron V0 build, because they give you like a ton of these. And I like these because they've got the hex socket head on them versus a tiny, tiny, tiny Phillips head that, you know, just you look at it and it strips. So we'll look at the way that it clips, and we want to clip it front to back. We just line the hole up and run your screw in. There we go. One, we'll do the next one. We're going to lay this here so we know which way that we're mounting it. But we mount the other one in the same orientation. That would suck to get them mounted to the board and realize, oops, we got one backwards. Take one side off, flip it around. Okay, so those two are there. Does it tell us what screws to use for mounting the? Okay. Hey, Christoph, welcome on in. Oh, I'm getting a raid from Restery One. Hey, sis, welcome on in. Thank you for bringing the crew in. I appreciate it. Okay, M3x6 for mounting the board. These are back to our button head cap screws. Not much. We're still here. Sorry for streaming on top of you. I wasn't really planning on going this long. I just wanted to test the stream. And we just kind of got into it while we were chatting. So started doing some wiring. We've got most of our tool head wire done up. I need to extend these with a little bit of bare wire. The reason being is all of this insulation and stuff, it's got to go into this little 2-hole screw adapter, and that is super, super tiny. So we are going to need to clean these up and do a little jog, and we'll use our heat shrink solder connectors like this. This combines our 2 part cooling fans into the one connector. But we're starting to get our wiring done for our tool head so we can get that mounted. But before we mount it, we're going to do the software on this board. So that might be something we work on Saturday. Well, no, we'll do that next Tuesday. We'll start working on all the software builds of all the boards, and we'll do it on the bench. So we're not connected to 24-volt power. and we'll just do it all on the bench. We'll get our CB1 installed and configured with Clipper. We will flash our board. We will set up our CAN. Well, excuse me, we will use this to flash this with, it used to be CAN boot. It's now called something else. And then we'll flash Clipper on it. And the reason you do CAN boot is that will then allow you to flash the CAN bus board over CAN bus versus having to break out cables and get everything connected back up via USB and stuff again. So let's go ahead and get these lined up and get these screwed on here. We're just going to screw directly into the plastic. We're just going to get that hole lined up and get a screw started. We're screwing directly into plastic. We want it to be a little snug, but not super tight. Like we're not trying to, whatchamacallit, strip it out because we are going into plastic. And there are two different types of mounts for this board. Come back over here, maybe. So there's two different mounts for this board. I didn't do that. Why did it do that? Stop it. Okay. So there's two different mounts for this board. One of those mounts would allow it to go sideways like this. Okay. The other mount, which is the one we just installed, allows it to go in a vertical orientation like this. And at first I was thinking, well, I wanted it to sit on here like this because I've got my connectors for the display towards the front. My power's in the back. I can run my Wagos right here to bring power around. My CAN bus connections over here as well, right next to the power, and all of that. However, I've got 3 of these little short pre-made motor wires that this one will not get over here to where it needs to go. This one would. This one, I don't think would be able to make it either, because these motor wires are pretty short. Let me see. That would be really, really iffy as to whether or not it made it. So because of that, I think what I want to do, and I'm just going to try this out to see if it would make it decently or not. Yeah, that would be really tight. So because of that, and my desire not to crimp and create a bunch of cables, we're going to mount this in this orientation, possibly. Okay, which makes it fairly rigid. all of my power's on this side and my CAN bus is on this side. I'll be able to bring my power around and mount my Wagos right here so I can split the power for the motors and the main board. And my CAN bus will terminate power for my Toolhead board will go straight to the power supply, and then the other two wires will come over to my CAN bus connecting right here for the high and the low. And this lets me use two of my pre-made motor wires that came with the kit for my Z motors. And the way this is going to work is we'll have B, A, the left front motor, this one, the right rear, or excuse me, not the right rear, the center rear, the one back here, and then this one will be the right front motor. And so that would be the configuration for the 5 main motors. The extruder motor comes off the CAN bus board, so all we're doing is supplying a 4-pin connector at the top here. 2 pins will be 24 volt and ground, and the other 2 pins will be CAN high, CAN low. So, and then this is a separate MCU that will run everything else on here. So that's kind of where we're at. So this would be our last motor, which would be motor 5. This one would be motor 3. And motor 3 actually has an A and a B because it's the standard Z motor. So it can go into either one of these. And because it's a Z motor, I'm going to put it in the B. And then the other Z motor, like I said, I'll create a cable that'll come underneath the power supply, underneath the board, pop up and go right in here for the center rear. Then, of course, we've got our other cables here that are coming from the bed, and we'll need to bring those around and terminate them. Once again, we're going to run these right under the power supply to keep things nice and tidy. Keep them around here right into the bed where they go, or the connectors where they go. So we would have the bed connector. All right, cool, Mod Light. Thanks a lot, my friend. And thank you for being a great mod. I appreciate all that you do. So one of the things I might do as well is I've got, you know, these DIN rails have these channels in the middle of them, right? I may actually just run some zip ties through there, or I know that Steve made some DIN rail clips that will allow you to secure your wiring to it. So our M5P, the wiring. By the way, the wiring section of this manual is really short and sweet. It basically says, okay, here's some umbilical ties down the center because your tool head's running an umbilical. And then basically what it says right here is, for now, follow the standard Trident wiring. Like, really? So you got to go through and do all your wiring. And it does talk about B, whoops, on your motors, it's, let me turn this camera off. Yeah. So your motors, it does say motor 0 is B, then A, then the front left, the rear center, and the front right Z motors, right? So what I need to do is figure out which one of these is my bed. One of these will be the input, one will be the bed, and then the other side is the input for the motors. So, and then the smaller connectors, let me see, I wonder, I have enough cable to get you guys up here stably. Yes and no. Um, Let me see if I can. Okay, so this is the far side of the board. Can't get you really any further down without definitely tipping it. So this is power input for the motors. The two smaller ones here are for your hot ends. You can have two hot ends here. So we'll use one of those. Actually, we won't use any of these because our hot end comes off of the Toolhead board. One of these will be power for the board, and the other one will be power out to the bed, which is what I'm going to get ready to connect right here. I just need to figure out which one's which. Um, oh, let's go to GitHub again. GitHub. M5T. So what we're going to need is the hardware and our pinouts. So the connector, all the first two connectors over here are the bed, and then this is power in for the board. And this one, once again, is what they call HVN or high voltage in. This is dedicated for the motors. So if you were going to run like 5160s in here and run 36 or 48 volts, you would run the 36 or 48 volts here that would power your motor drivers and 24 volt power supply into this side for the rest of the board. Okay, so we're going to go into these first two connectors here. Like I said, I'm going to leave a little bit of wire underneath that I can do some wire management on, figure out where I'm going to cut these and cut the ends off of this. And strip these back, put some ferrules on them, and get them connected. Oh, move that over there. Grab my ferrule connectors, crimpers. Okay, we're still doing good on battery life. Yeah, Pezlis, do you have like just a ticker up on your computer with all the different time zones, or do you have like how do you do all your time zone stuff? You should be 18 gauge would be my red ferrules. can double check that. And those are not 18, they're 16 gig. Black ferrules. There we go. Yeah, timeanddate.com. I definitely use that a lot because I've got people I deal with for work that are in the UK. I've got a lot of people that are over in India. I had to deal with some people in China once or twice, but normally we don't have to deal with them. There's a separate group that chats with them just because they're in China. And there's our ferrule connectors. Once again, we're going into the left two here. So we'll unscrew these. I don't know if I can get you guys up here, if it's gonna. It doesn't twist on me. Okay. And we've got our thermistor wire, and our thermistor is bed thermistor is right here above the bed. So we'll feed our wires underneath the power supply once again. Bring them around here with the bed wires, and we'll just cut them about there. And these are going to be back to our JST connectors. Make sure you close the lid on your ferrules. They're easy enough to sort. I just don't want to sort the ferrules again. Kind of like somebody else we know spilling their balls everywhere. It's more of a pain in the butt than anything. All right, once again, a bed thermistor does not have polarity, so we don't need to worry about that. We just need to strip the wires, crimp the wires, and plug them in. We're just going to strip a tiny bit off the end of the wire. We'll need some pins and a connector. And once again, I've got a whole set of pins and connectors that came with the board, so we will use those. No sense in, I mean, there is a sense in salvaging at least the plastic housings. Can't salvage the used pins, but you can salvage the plastic housings. I'm going to try and keep everything nice using the supplied hardware for once. They must knew I was going to be pinning this because they gave me a ton of connectors. Means they really do understand me. They're like, this guy's going to screw up a couple of dozen connectors, so let's just give him plenty of extras. Hey, Dark Allen, thank you for the resubscribe for 5 months. Amazing. Hey, Dan, how's it going? I saw that you popped on a stream earlier today, and I did not get the notification in time before you dropped back off, so we had a work issue that started spiraling out of control. You know how that goes on the last day before a long break, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh my God, this is critical. We need to have this done before today. Who's here that can help us? And unfortunately, the answer in this was, well, nobody, because everybody's on leave. You should have thought about it a week and a half ago. But I know definitely that Dan and Subsector would know about that being, dealing with some IT stuff. And life's doing good. Now we got back from our quick trip this last weekend. Now, I'll give you an idea of how that trip was last weekend. I went to Baltimore. Dang it. I went to Baltimore, which means I passed at least 3 micro centers and didn't stop at a single one. Let that sink in. Drove past 3 micro centers. Yep. And Chris, if you're still on, I mean, like literally, we went 2 exits down past where we got off to drive to Bel Air. So we were close enough that if I really, really wanted to, we could have went to the Aberdeen Diner before leaving. There it is. I was like, I know it just popped off. Yeah, of course, we also didn't stop at IKEA either for her, but we did make time to stop both up and back to see our great niece, who is such a cutie. Well, and Pete, the closest one is in Fairfax, Virginia, which is a 6.5 to 7 hour drive. However, there's one going in at Charlotte, which will be, I believe, an hour-and-a-half drive, depending on what part of Charlotte it's in. So that would make life a little bit nicer. I'm just going to snip that leg off. We'll pop in the connector and we will plug this in. All right, so we've got the bed heater and the bed thermistor plugged in. Next up, our colored wires here are a set of fans that I added underneath the bed. And what those fans will do is enable just better heat up times, because it'll suck air in from the bottom of the chamber and blow it over the bottom of the heating element for the bed. So it will circulate air and provide a little bit better heat up times. So my fans are right in here. There's 4 connectors here, and my fans go, what? So we've got fan 1, fan 0, and I believe both of those, we got fan 1, fan 0, what's listed as a pi fan, so I believe this would be a fan on a dedicated cooler for the CB1, and this is another fan, and we've got fan 0, fan 1, and then these other set of 3 connectors there is for one of the other fans to set the voltage for the fan. So you can set it as either 5 volts, 12 volts would be the middle set, or whatever your input voltage is would be the jumpers closer to the fans. And I am not going to be using fan 0 or fan 1 on the board, because I will be using it on the tool head. So I would be able to come in here and plug into, I'm going to go into fan 0, and we'll set fan 0 up as 24 volt fans, and we'll run those as the underbed fans. And then we'll also be adding a Nevermore to this down the road. And when we add the Nevermore, we'll put that into the other fan, fan 1. and we'll set that up just like I do my other Nevermores, and that will be set up to come on whenever the bed heater is told to go above 60 degrees. And so the heater that I'm setting up for this one, I don't want to necessarily call it a I don't want it to be an always on fan, but I want it to be I want to trigger it whenever the bed is turned on. So I will tie it to the bed heater. And maybe I'll tie that one and the Nevermore the same way, so that anytime the bed's told to go up over 60, it'll go, because that means I'm trying to do a high temp filament. Hey Delmar, welcome on in. Aaron, welcome on in. Aaron, did you just get done streaming? I guess so. You just raided me. Thank you for the raid, Aaron. How goes the Pandora box build? Closest one is 10.5 hours away in Denver. Yeah, that sucks. I may have to go and hit that one up in April when we're leaving. It all depends, because I'm going to fly into Denver and then go up, and I've got a hotel right across the street from Rocky Mountain. And when I leave on Monday, I'm driving home in a moving van, because we're bringing some stuff from her mom's that she has in a storage unit. So I'm like, okay, I will have plenty of room in that van to, I don't know, add printers, projects, or whatever I tend to buy before I come home. Maybe a lot of filament. Who knows? Pandora's box is going slow. Did you hit any snags? Come across anything else that you hadn't printed yet? He's up to cat only on. Oh, so he's run out of build instructions, and he's just down to the CAD. Gotcha. That's okay. At this point, the manual for the salad fork says go follow the Trident wiring guide. I'm like, oh, gee, thanks. That's great. And I am wiring up currently. This is a Manta M5P. We're going to do the wiring. And then I had talked about taking all the wiring out, or at least some of the critical wiring, like, I don't know, anything power related, in case it decides to, turn on an output from the get-go, to go through and build our stuff, because we will be configuring CAN bus on the M5P rather than doing a standalone UTC, which is more what I'm used to. And we've got a EBB 36 Toolhead board. Whoops, ad break. Uh-oh. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon went to Walmart today. I told her, I was like, whatever you want me to make tomorrow, I'll make. You just have to go get it. I was like, if you want a turkey breast, go get that or what have you. And she goes, turkey breast. She goes, I want a steak. I'm like, okay, well, go get steak. I'll cook you steak. I think that's what she got. So I'll have to get up and start marinating steak in the morning. Okay, so our fan connector, I need to make sure I know which way the connector is going in. And which side has the pin and which side gets the power. So the signal pin is towards me, the power pin is away from me. And I was putting the power on yellow, and because yellow is hot, I associate that with fire, and blue is cold, so I associate that with ground or neutral. And I ran the extension for these fan cables using motor wires, which is why it's yellow and blue. And we're going to go into port for the fan 0, and the next one, when we run the Nevermore through here, that will come around and go into fan 1. So we got to remember, the board fan 0 is the 3010s under the bed, and then the fan 1 on the motherboard will be our Nevermore, and we'll have our all of our other stuff on our EBB 36. So what I say is I'll be able to put a couple of wire ties right there and just keep things somewhat bundled and out of the way. Ooh, crap. I'm sorry, guys. What I get for putting it down there on a sketchy surface. Hope you all are good. I didn't completely scare the crap out of anybody, just myself. Yeah, just don't drop the printer. Don't let the glass door flap open. These are just somewhat temporary because I'll probably add a couple more wires there. I'm just trying to keep things a little clean as I go through and do them. The rear motor, the rear Z motor, which will go in here, I need to fabricate that cable. And I've got plenty of motor wires. Like, hey, there's a motor wire. Um, yeah, so let's do that while we're sitting here. Why the hell not? Um, because the little tiny wires that they come with for the Z motors, like it's not going to work. Just will not work. So my plan is to run this wire directly underneath the board, the power supply, and everything, and just run it straight on back. So through there. Let me put you guys over here before I dump you again. Right? With me, not against me. That's too top heavy. Can get wedged in there. There we go. The notes are like 100% different between this and the one that's in my hand here. So, do I try and change the pin out on these tiny, tiny connectors that I didn't want to mess with to begin with? Just to use standard colors on everything. By the way, the answer to that is yes, because that's what I'm starting to do. Huh. What? Okay. Successfully repinned the matching color scheme. And it goes in over there, comes in over here. Need to flip it up and make it match color scheme wise. And yeah, I definitely get planning the electronics. I kind of do that a little bit too, and I fret and I go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Not that bad. I think a lot of times we make it worse than it should be. first full custom wiring job. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna like really, really, really get into it and lay it out kind of like a almost like you would a server room or something. I've seen a couple that have been like that are just amazing. I want it to come up like that. Okay. But then it gets into, do I want it? Do I want a beautiful machine or do I want a printing machine? Because at some point in time, you just want to get it done and start printing with it, you know? It's gonna be easier if I just do it like this and then spend the next 20 minutes trying to fish it back in there. But yeah, salad dent doesn't sound as good as tri-bent. I agree. I would prefer not to have a salad bent, a tri-bent, or any other bent. You just want to go with full printer that works, right? Okay, two down, more to go. I think I'm starting to feel like it's like I want to see this project done. Kind of where I'm starting to get at on this one. Feels like it should have been done already, and that we just hit some snags and caused us to have to slow down on some things. I mean, you look at it and you go, but it's such a small printer. It should have been done by now, right? Pandora's box. A small printer. Yeah, it's got a little bit of complication to it, but really, I mean, it should just be quick. And the answer to that is no, it is not. Okay, now let's see if we can get this bed underneath there. Okay, we need a fork connector from the right bag. Right green. Moving black. And one should be in a button. Okay, so we got our 3 Z motors installed. We've got everything coming from the bed installed. We've got our wireless antenna now tucked underneath here. It's literally duct. I'll mess with that later if I need to. Let's move this down here. That camera off. Boom. Okay, so far we've got a few things done. Let me put this out of the way. So we've got our 3 Z motors. So front left, center, front right. Um, those are installed. We've got our bed wires installed along with our bed thermistor and the bed fans that are up underneath here. I'll bring you guys in for a close-up. So following some suggestions from Delmar, we've got two 3010 blower fans. They're going to suck air in from the bottom of the chamber, blow them out over the heated bed. We've got our sets of Wagos in here. Both of these fans are tied into parallel. That's the blue and yellow wires that we took up and connected into the fan. We've got our thermistor on this side and our bed wiring on the opposite side, and come down through the cable chain. We still need to run our A and B motor wires up and get them installed. And we'll have our Y in stop that we'll need to also bring up and get installed. So we'll see about trying to get that stuff run, because I believe these are going to come over here and run right up through our pillar, our outer pillar. Grab our motor wire first. Which, seriously? I mean, that would work if I had my thing all the way in the back, but I don't. So we're going to have to figure out a way of extending these motor wires. Always a fun thing. We'll have to figure out extensions for this one. And then this will be our Y in stop, which I'm still trying to figure out how the best way to route that wire will be to keep it somewhat out of the way. Because that would normally come over and like go through the umbilical chain, but there is just way too much in that chain. You don't want to go around the back. Well, we can go right around the back of the motor, but we just need to be careful that we don't get it wrapped in with the belt. We can run it right around the back of the motor, bring it up, and we need to get some cable clips for our 1515. I think I've got a few printed out. That will allow us to run these motor wires and keep them zip tied to the side. Got plenty of room for our Y in stop as far as wiring length goes. We'll get that moved around and in place. Where are the in stops are right in front of the motors. So this being Y, which is the A motor. This is the right motor. So this would be the A motor. So yep, Y. Okay. I just want to make sure I have plenty of, well, not plenty, but a little bit of extra length so I can cut this off. And we'll go ahead and make the connectors for these. Once again, this is going to be the Y end stop. Um, Now, are you doing centerless homing or physical end stops, Aaron? Definitely want to thank everybody for hanging out with me for so long. Wiring is not the funnest job. Let me go ahead and get my rubber duckies out of the way. Then I'll try and move you closer to the other camera. And by the way, for those interested, there's my rubber ducky collection. I just sent one flying. It went for a swim somewhere. I'll have to find that later. Oh, there it is. I kind of feel like I have some floating around other places too. I'm just going to straighten a couple of things up so I can move some stuff back here and move this forward. Move that. Oh, there we go. Move that a little bit closer to you guys. I'll get my wiring stuff over here. I got my wires stripped. I just need to get a couple of connectors. You arrive at the 4-hour, 20-minute mark. Irony is fun. Yeah, I've been going for 4 hours. Holy crap. I didn't realize it was getting that late. And hey, Shannon, welcome on in. Welcome on in. What were you all doing this evening? Rating with a party of 12. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was an impromptu stream, basically to test out the changes that I've been playing around with since yesterday, trying to get the stream to be more stable. And it just turned into, well, let's continue the build since I wasn't going to stream tomorrow due to the holiday. Figured I might as well stream some tonight. And we got signal, ground, and 5-volt. I'm looking for a 3-pin connector. And we need what? We need signal and ground, right? We don't need power for these. So we need side by side with the side closest to me not being populated. So the nice thing with these being end stops is, well, if it's triggered in the opposite way, we just add an exclamation point or take an exclamation point away in a config file and it works. We're gonna put it in these 2 pins and leave the one closest to me empty. And then we'll bring this around and we're going to plug it in behind what would be the A motor or the Y motor, which would be the Y end stop pin. Okay. And that gives us enough that we can wire tie it We can bring it over here and wire tie it. We can figure out a way of wire tying it. Make things a little nicer later on. The A motor is going to have to be extended to get over there. The B motor is most likely going to need to be extended as well, because it's just going to come up to the same location on the other side. Why these are so short of cable, I don't know. Normally they'll run them way stupid extra long, and then you can just cut them to size. So I don't know why they're cut so incredibly short. That's why it's not going to get underneath it. But I'll have to figure out some way of extending these two motor cables. And these are direct soldered to the motors, so they can't be swapped out. Like I said, it would make sense if the board was somehow back here. We would have room to plug it in, but that's not the case. All right, cool. Thanks for the lurk, Shannon. So we've kind of got a lot more wired up than I had anticipated. Like I said, I won't be able to plug these in just yet. I'm going to have to figure out and make some adapter cables. Shouldn't be that hard because it shouldn't be that hard. Question is whether I solder joint them to extend them, or if I just do connectors. What would you guys do? Would you guys do connectors, or would you solder these to extend them? And this isn't the right color, but this is basically what I'm going to do over here is do a Wago clip, set in 2 Wagos. I'll bring ground and positive over here. We'll bring ground and positive here, ground and positive there. I'll just use a 3-banger Wago. In fact, let me grab a couple of those since I've got a bunch. And these basically just fit in there just like this. You put them in there and press fit them in. And that will allow you to run one set of lines in and then come out with the other set into your power. And it's just which way you want to set it. So I can bring my cable around, come in here, and then come out with my 2 power jumpers. So we just need some black and red cabling. I may have a little bit of that. And this will be barrels going in. Yeah, because they're soldered at the motor side, I would have to crack open the motors to resolder them. And I really, really do not want to do that. That's a whole level of pain that I don't really want to do, and I would not do that on stream. But yeah, I get. So I'll just figure out a way of making the connectors or see if I can't procure or acquire a set of connectors. Okay, and both of these, this is going to be ground's the far side, positive voltage is the closer side. Same thing here, positive voltage is I say the closer side to me. So the plan would be to run my power connections just like that. Um, yep. And then would be enough to go there. So we'll do this one as well. Those are two positives. Probably could have made that one a tiny bit shorter. Come on. Work. Like I said, this I'll bring down here and we'll add a zip tie. Bring that and just for that there. We'll add a zip tie to that other piece. Red wire, any black wire. Yeah, I've done some solder joint on stepper motors in the past, and I agree. Probably a connector would be easier because the solder joints, I just run into problems, I guess. I mean, with the even doing connectors, for the most part, the the male pins are solder joints anyhow, unless you get them manufactured. And I'm not even sure if those are solder jointed or not. And I'm using an 18 gauge silicone wire right here for this. Um, Partly because I had it sitting over here on my bench forever, and I finally got a use for it. What's everybody working on this evening? Have you got any more shows you're going to, Daddy Wazzy, or has that kind of ended some with the new job? Cleaning out the downloads folder. That, yeah. I had to do that not too long ago because my disk was filling up. So I had to actually clean out the downloads folder. And what I did was I put it on a USB drive and moved it over to this computer because my streaming computer has like a ton of storage on it. Okay, so what we've got is our positive and negative connections. Now I just need to run the wires from here on over. Everything else is already um, set up here. So we just need to get our main power run over to these. We'll bring this down, put a zip tie right there. I think if there's going to be anything else I need to bring over here that I can zip tie together. For now, I'm not thinking of anything, so we're just going to kind of leave it loose. If I need to extend 2 motor wires, we need to finish wiring up the tool head. We'll do the CAN bus wires, and those I'll fabricate those as well because I'll bring what 20 gauge FEP from the power supply through the umbilical up to the tool head. And from the umbilical, the other two will be 24 pair FEP that I'll be, well, it'll be FEP or it will be like motor wire that's been twisted, that I'll just take a pair of that because I do have some of that that might be long enough. And it's going to come back here to the CAN bus high and low. That'll make an easy enough connection. I need to get the cable ties. Like that. I need cable ties so I can put cable ties in here and just tie these down and keep these nice and neat down the sides on both sides. And there will be cable ties that will go here for the umbilical wire from our tool head. Let me see about trimming these off. Okay. Now that we got a lot of the wiring done, I am going to do a couple of things on the skirts because I just realized when I flipped it over like that, it is actually sitting on the power supply and tilting it. So I need to get the at least the feet on. So let me move some stuff out of the way. Flip this back over. Yeah, it was sitting on the power supply over here, so we need to get that tied down or get our feet on, which would be part of the skirts. And I might do like the initial corners, but I won't do the middle rails just yet, or the middle pieces, because I still need to be able to get in here to work on it. The more skirts I put on, the more chance I may have of having to take things back apart. Once again, let me put some stuff up here real fast. I think we're going to be done with some of the wiring for the time being. Grab the bag of our parts. And we're looking for the companion to this one that goes over on this side. And it's got a open end piece to it. That'll be on this side. What we'll need is our ball end driver to clean up our Stuff just enough to get to our screws again. We're going to need some M3x6 screws. We're just going to get these started in the bolt holes, or in the bolt holes, in the M3 nuts. Because our piece has slots in it, we can just line up the heads of our nuts, or of our M3x6 fasteners. Just slot it right in there. This will go down too far. There we go. We just get it slotted in there, slide it over, and we'll fasten these down. Like I said, I'm going to leave the middle open because there is the slot between the motor and the back frame where the umbilical is going to come down. So we'll need more access there to pull wires in and kind of get things moving around. So I don't want to basically build myself into a corner, so to speak. Okay, the left side skirt. Yep, and that's the side that I'm facing right here. So this is going to be this side. Screw in the 5 M3x6 button head cap screws. So it's 2, 2, and then there'll be one in the middle that'll do the fans. And we're not going to add the fans just yet. So I'm just going to do the 4 end ones and leave the one in the middle untouched. Yes. Ian Douglas, how's it going? This dessert spoon build when? Well, I've got a Micron build, a Formbot Micron build kit that, believe it or not, has basically the same setup here. It's a slightly different CB1 module. So the CB1 I'm using on this build has a has 32 gig of eMMC memory. So and yes, for those that are listening, I did stop talking because I'm not sure if everybody has a sub. Okay. Um, so this one has a 32 gig eMMC chip on it, so we will be using that instead of needing to use an SD card for the CB1 module for this build. The other one that we'll building, which is the Micron, which is a 2.4 shrunken down to a 1515 frame. No, it wasn't that it cut out. I just stopped talking because I'm not sure who all has subscriptions and not. So the and I'm not building the fan on this side yet because I'm gonna have to get in here to extend some cables and stuff. So I will have the fans in a minute or in a little bit, and that will come over and go into one of the fan headers over here that's always on. Right side skirts with the blanks. Okay, this would be my other two that have the notch out and the other end, and these are deep set. Yeah, so we've got a Micron build. We've got a NX Engineering K3 build. We've got a the V01 baby blue is going to be rebuilt as a V02. And my thought process there is changing the color scheme up slightly when I do it. And it may go to blue and pink as the color scheme. And by blue and pink, I mean pop blue and pop pink. Because I've been trying to use those in a build for a little while, and I just keep deciding on different colors. So either the Micron or baby blue will be the pop blue and pop pink. So on the sides, we're using the side pieces that have the enclosed inner piece here. And that's what I was trying to just mime earlier. These are the sides that would have the fan or the fan, like the fake fan side. So they have the fans on the left side here blowing this way, but the fan connectors are over on this side. So I may put the fans here blowing this way and then put the blanks on that side. We'll see. There's a lot going on over here with the other cables and stuff. So maybe we put the fans over here and just run the cable up and over. We'll see. Either way, we're not going to work on doing the blanks, so we can probably put the blank together. And this is just put together with M3x8 socket head cap screws. I'm trying to figure out. These printed parts are the same. Nothing there. So if it goes like this, okay, yes, that is how it goes. Gotcha. So M3x8 socket head cap screws. Yeah, it was fun, Ian, because I know you helped me get everything set up before, And I wound up having some major issues with the stream. And I wound up, after the last two streams, I had so much going on that I drop things and make big noises. I had so many issues going on with the stream that I spent the last 2 days like YouTubing a bunch of stuff trying to figure out what was going on. But in essence, the main issue was way large amount of drop packets. So I've wound up going through and dropping down to 720p basically in order to get good stream. So 720p, 30 frames per second. Otherwise I lose too many packets. And it just, I believe it comes down and boils down to crappy internet service out here. My upload, when it's good, is like 20. Here we go, Luke. Now we're going to take this off and we're going to put it on in the appropriate way, which is 180 degrees so that the fork's not down. We want the fork up. Yeah, and I had symmetrical gigabit fiber at my last house when I lived in Holly Springs. And the problem was there was just a lot of traffic and they were getting ready to put in, it was a Lowe's and a car wash and a Lidl right across from the entrance to my neighborhood, which meant they were going to take out the left-hand turn going into my neighborhood. So I would have had to have passed my neighborhood, done a U-turn at a light, come back and turned right into my neighborhood. And I was like, no, I'm kind of done dealing with this BS. And we moved. And we had a new house built out here in Sanford, which is where I'm at now. And we just don't have gigabit fiber. They're starting to bring it. There are places in town that are getting fiber. I don't know if it'll be symmetrical or not. But we are technically outside of the city limits, which means we're not going to get fiber. Though if it was offered, I would pay for it in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Because, yeah, then I wouldn't have an issue with streaming at all. Yep. Well, and I was even looking at, could I get Starlink? But Starlink's kind of a tad bit expensive. And because they don't have satellite saturation yet, the best I could do would be the mobile or RV type, which would get me connected now, but it's I'll say ad hoc, it's whatever bandwidth's available. It's not a guaranteed bandwidth. So that's, paying that much and not getting guaranteed bandwidth is kind of a no for me. Okay, so we've got our fan blank put together. Like I said, I'm not sure which side, if I'm going to reverse the fans or not, but it would basically just sit in there like so. I don't know, maybe I'll put it in place for now just so it's out of the way. They'll say I want to reverse the sides on the fan. Meaning the fan is supposed to go on this side of the printer, but doing it that way, it will keep it from feel like it's not. Oh, there it wasn't down in there. Yeah, I'm going to have to join the wires to the two fans to bring them to a single header and then bring them over here. And we've got this one is in like fan 0. Fan 1 is going to be for the Nevermore. So we're going to go into this first fan here, which may be an always on fan. I'll have to double check that. And it makes more sense to have the fans here where the connection will be close enough that I can cut it, extend it just once, or use a 2-into-1 like we do on a an LDO build. Okay. The front skirts will be the ones that have the end but don't have. So you got the one Voron logo and the other side's open because we'll have the screen up here. I'm going to turn this towards me as I put these in. But yeah, I wouldn't like around here. I think the realtor would be like, okay, cool, because there's so much high tech in this area that I think a request for a place with fiber would be like oh, okay, you must be in the high tech industry. And it'd be like, yep. I'm going to do something real fast just to keep these from continuing to pop up. I'm just going to my 3Z motor wires, tie them together, and that's just going to keep them from pushing forward there. That's it. It's just keep them out of the way, make them pretty for the time being. Two more to go, and we'll have almost everything skirt-wise here. We can work on doing the display. We do have a display. And I'm not configuring this with anything major display wise. It's just going to be like a mini, was it 12864? So it'll be a standard V0 display. Okay. So we've got the back skirt and the fans. We've got the 4 feet sections. We'll get into those tonight. Play. Parts for the display. I'm going to sit down for a minute or two. All right, what do we got? We've got our back, and we need to put in 4 heat set inserts. Let's grab our heat set tool and we'll do our 4 heat set inserts. And we did build a stealth press on channel, so we will be using our stealth press for this activity tonight. We move this over onto the floor for a moment. We'll move our stealth press up center stage. Do something with this wiring. We've got our 4 heat set inserts. Just going to get them lined up in the holes. And then it's just a matter of using our heat press to press these in. Our heat press makes sure that we get it a really nice straight straight press so that we get a nice consistent reveal on our heat press inserts. And this is the Iconic Fab Stealth Press. You can get the files for this off of printables, and KB3D has a kit for the parts you'll need, which is primarily a 300 millimeter MGN12 rail, a keyback, various screws, some bearings. You'll print the parts yourself. It does use heat sets in building it. And he is going to be selling the TS100s. He does already sell the tips and the TS100 heating element for these from CNC Kitchen. So you should be able to get everything from KB3D. I do have an affiliate link that should have been popping up throughout the evening. And I actually also have a link directly to the Stealth Press. I think I shut it off. Turn it back on if I did. Here we are. So yeah, and I think I did a command of bang Stealth Press. Yep, there you go. So there's the link to the Stealth Press. It is an affiliate link through KB3D for all the parts. If you're like me, I built mine before well, actually right as the kit went to pre-order, I built mine because I had all the parts here. The downside, I guess, of building printers all the time is you have a plethora of parts. Okay, so we got our 4 heat press inserts in here. Let me bring you guys down here. Come back to our other camera now that I've moved everything out of the way. We get our steady base. We'll bring this on. There we go. So we've got our 4 heat press inserts into the back cover. We need to insert the display into the back cover. Now this is a FISEC display. There's a FISEC. It's a V0 display. I need to clean some of the goop off that. Probably shouldn't matter, but I happen to have a Q-tip over here. We will clean that up, or try to clean that up some. Alert Nick. Okay, so that cleaned it up a little bit. Got some of the gunk off of it. Make sure everything lines up. This just slips right down in there. Placement is ever so slightly off as we get over to here. Should still be able to get the pins and stuff on. So this one here is a little, the pins and stuff are a little bit this way. This one's a little bit this way. Everything else should be fine. Go ahead and take that off. We got that in there. We're going to add the cover spacer. That would be this piece. And so reset this. So this is going to go right like that. Add the stop button. There's a little button somewhere. Now if I can find it. And I didn't throw it away thinking it was a unneeded part. Ooh, found it. Hey, not no good. Thank you for the follow. We've got our little button here. So this is set right on top of that button. And I think it literally just sits there because it doesn't have a recess to go around the button, which would, if there was a little bit of a recess in there, that would be perfect because it would be able to sit right on top of that button easily without an issue. We're going to add the bezel. That's just very loosely sitting there. And then we're going to attach the display top, which is this piece. We make sure that this goes around the bezel and the that reset button fits right in there. Going to basically line things up for us. Okay. We're going to use 4 M3 by 12 button head cap screws. Uh-oh, what's up? Okay, Pezliz, you're streaming tomorrow morning? Okay. I think I saw something about that. Web surfing or surf surfing? Hey, Ramon, how's it going? Ooh, a Costco pumpkin pie. I had Miss Dragon. She was in Holly Springs the other day, and there's a Nothing Bundt Cakes there, so I had her pick up a carrot cake and some type of chocolate Nothing Bundt cake, and they're little cakes about that big around. So we're gonna have steak tomorrow, and I don't know what we're gonna have with it, but well, I guess we could do like one of the 4 3-pound sweet potatoes. These are M3 by 12 screws. They'll go all the way through and into the heat press inserts that we did. Like standard, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we are doing a crossing pattern. So that we can keep a good amount of tension all the way across the screen so we don't damage the screen. Oh, and that node. Yeah, the bundt cakes are awesome. Sweet potatoes with roasted garlic. You were telling us about that. I haven't had it with roasted garlic. Nothing but cake is a heroine of cakes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Make sure these are snug. They are going into heat set inserts, but we don't want to like squish anything. Our button needs to be working, and I can tell you right now that that button is fully and completely depressed. I'm not getting anything, which means this button is too tight in the hole. And if we continue to go on, we will have a constant reset. So interesting. I'm getting like no movement out of that little button. And quite honestly, technically I'm fine without having that button. I can just reach in there and push it myself with a you know a tool or something if I need to. I don't want to have it with any chance where it could, like right there, it's working, but when I tighten the faceplate down, it no worky. So that tells me there's a tolerance issue in the print somewhere. And yeah, there's a tolerance issue somewhere. The question is where? I can try and relieve the whole sum. I just need to get this spacer plate off. Spacer plate off. We'll grab um, the burring tool. We'll just work to chamfer that hole a bit at the bottom. Let's take a little bit of plastic off, open it up a bit. Gives a tiny bit of relief. Do the same thing at the top surface. A little bit of plastic. Not a lot. That's on our buzzer. For our switch, we'll plug this back in place. Oops. Darn it. Give me my button. Got a spacer. We got our button. We've got our frame. And we've got our top cover. Hey, local maker, how are you doing, my friend? I need to make one of my signs that you sent to me. Thank you again for that, by the way. Oh, the button's working. Hey, K2 Kevin, how you doing? All right. Button works. Yay. So all we need to do is relieve that hole a little bit on both sides. Like I said, there's a tiny bit of plastic right there that we pulled off, and that gave just enough to let that button work and do its thing. Okay. So screen's put together. Now it wants us to put our knob on there. It is keyed with the D shaft, so get that lined up and put it on there. So we've got our reset button that clicks, and our rotary dial button that clicks as well. So thank you. Thank you. So there's our screen so far. Now we're going to use a paper clip, a scrap of filament, or similar material as a hinge. This becomes the standard put something through this tiny hole and through that tiny hole and hope that the tolerance of the two worked really, really well. And looking at it, I mean, a paper clip wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't have any paper clips. And I think looking at 1.75 millimeter filament, happen to have a little bit right here. Definitely gonna have to clip the end off of it though. This may actually be too big. For these holes. I don't know. Yeah. I mean that's gonna be a hard sell to get that in there. We're back out. I could open that up a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I just have a 1.5 or a 2 drill bit. And if I do a 2, it's going to be really loose. Um, and 1.5 is not going to open it up enough. Hmm. Give me 1 second and let me go see if I've got a paper clip downstairs. Or something else that we can use as a hinge for that. I will be right back, folks. Okay, I found a paper clip. Now, whether or not it's going to, it's a bigger paper clip. So I'm not sure if it's going to be too thick or not. We shall see. Ooh, that's going to go in just nicely. You're full of rare minerals. Eat me. Oh man. Well, as with anything, we're going to have to work just to get the paper clip as straight as possible. You just said you were old as dirt? Well, crap. I must have been whatever made the dirt then, because I'm pretty sure I'm older than you. Okay, so we're at the end there. We're just starting to peek out, so we'll push that in. And then we'll need to clip this side off at the end. And the last time I tried to clip something like that with my wire cutters, I put a bend in it, so. Okay. So we've now got our hinge using a paper clip. Yay. Now we're going to install this in the front with another couple of M3x6 screws. So we'll move this back over, shut this camera off, bring the printer back up. And this is the front edge where our machine is, or our thing is. So we're going to need a couple of our M3x6 button head cap screws again. I was going to say, you're not 71 years old, but you were born in 71, then yeah, that puts you older than me because I was born in 72. Just going to get those started, and we'll take our hinge, just kind of flip it out so that we can help line up our screws a little bit better or easier. And we'll tighten this down. Ooh, center the gap first. Now our hinge material of choice will make that a little bit floppy. We may have to do something to try and make that a little less floppy. It does not talk about the wire. Now, this gets connected via USB. So this 4-pin connector is going to go into this 4-pin connector. We may have to, I'm going to have to shave off the locking clip on one side because of the way that case is. Should be able to leave the other one in there without a problem. Good, and apparently are two different things. Or you're like me and you just jam it in there enough that now it's stuck. And I've got the solution. The solution is take it apart, get your wire in there, and then call it good. Basically, anytime you want to do maintenance on it, you have to take the whole thing apart. You not have to take the whole thing off, just enough to get some room to get the connector down in there. Nope, I'm gonna have to take the whole thing off. But this is just like a standard V0 display in the fact that it connects to the Raspberry Pi via USB, and you're going to have to, go through a process of getting it installed and working with the firmware because it is going to act like a separate MCU. So get the connector fully seated. Yeah, that'll work. Mostly, yep. Nice. So I take it then that your oldest wants to print then, and is that Jazzy Wazzy, or is she your younger one? I don't know how many kids you got. We bring this around, and it's going to plug into our USB over here. Probably need to leave it out for now, but I can't help myself since we're doing wiring. That's there. Now we're going to do our feet. We need 4 M5 by 10 button head cap screws, 4 rubber feet, and some M2 by 6 button head cap screws. That's going to be a blast. M2 by 6, M5 by 10. Button heads. You got 3 and Jazzy's the youngest? Okay, wow. Yeah, I've got 3 as well, and my oldest, God, my oldest is turning 30. Actually, my oldest just turned 30. Holy crap. No, 31. The oldest is 31. The youngest would have just turned 25. And I've got 2 boys and a girl. And Pezlish, yeah. So we install the pretties. Then we'll install the M5 in the middle. I believe the feet are getting threaded directly into the plastic. So these take the M2 by 6s, and there's only 2. So only the 2 on the outside will get the M2 by 6s. And these are threading into plastic. Fabulous because these things are super tiny. We'll see how many of these I strip out before I say the hell with it and go to my M2 by 10 socket head cap screws. Maybe these will go in. Nice, Daddy Wazzy. Well, this has an Ender 3 that you installed a BL Touch and 427 board. Nice. Yeah, my Ender 3 is over at Evil Diesel's house, and it's got linear rails on X and Y, and he had an upgrade kit to put them on Z. Dual Z lead screws with motors, a SKR or Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3. So both those Z motors were in parallel, so no Z tilt. Micro Swiss all metal hot end, a Penda probe for bed probing, a true Mic 6 build plate with a Canovo heating pad, 24 volt, not AC heated. And then what else? What else? I'm sure there had to be more. Flippered, of course. I think that's pretty much standard. Austin Change has a song that says I like dirt. Nice. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, so let's try that again. I'm not sure where we got to. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch, Digital Dragon. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. And I do all kinds of things from 3D printer builds to, just assembling. I don't really do printer reviews, but I do assemble printers, such as this Flying Bear Reborn 2 over here. Then normally wind up just playing with them and modifying them. Sorry. So yeah, that's kind of me and what I do. It's kind of like playing around and tinkering with all things 3D printing. So we'll do everything from building machines to sorry folks, I'm looking at this going, there's no way. One, these aren't going on top here. They're going to be too big. And then M5 by 10s are not going to go through these and into the base. So I've got 4 new feet for another project. I need to find the other feet that I had over here. So yeah, 3D printing variety streamer. Running joke is I've lost my bearings because I bought a full set of bearings. I used one and can't find the rest. That's basically what happens here is I get way too many parts to various printers and then I spend a lot of time trying to find the things that I have. Tinkering, yes. We do a lot of tinkering here. Now, the question is, the holes I have are M5 holes. These appear to be M3 bolts. Way too long of M3 bolts. I'm pretty sure an M5 is not going in there, but I may be mistaken. It would be the first time. Doubt it. Definitely not an M5 button head. What other options do I have for feet? These aren't necessarily bad options. They are going to be the right size to fit in there. And you know what? So these the feet parts that I have here, put this up and flip the screen. They have holes there. That holes look very much like they're M5 and we thread directly into plastic. In fact, it tells me to use an M5 by 10 screw, which would, of course, fit there. However, the feet that I have are way too big to fit in this space. These will fit, and they will fit in there nicely, but they're made for M3 screws. So I believe I'm going to put a heat set insert into each one of these, and we will continue with putting M3 bolts in those. However, in order to do that, I'm going to have to freehand it and take my soldering iron out of my stealth press here. And at some point, I'm going to buy another one of these, so I'm going to leave one of them in the stealth press with the tip on it for doing heat set inserts, and the other one will be used just for soldering. Let me double check my thought process here and make sure that one of these will fit in there without just falling all the way through. It will. So we're going to go ahead and put heat set inserts in all four corners. And we'll do our best not to burn ourselves doing this. So I've been having a propensity to do that to myself lately. You're a machine. Yeah, I've about to get myself in trouble is what's going to happen. We've been going for almost 6 hours. I really want to get the feed on so I can flip this over, and we will be calling it a stream very, very, did I say very? Shortly. Sorry about that. So we're going to go with some M3 screws on these. I will grab my own. Let me see what a M3 by 10 does. Kind of barely pulls through. So let's grab 12s. And I'm going to grab a couple of washers. Because I noticed that the heads are kind of, maybe an M3 button head would be better, but we're just going to throw a washer underneath it with an M3 by 12. That'll give us a little bit better spread on the head there. And just like that, we're going to be almost all skirted up and got feet on. We'll be ready to finish up some wiring on the next stream for this build, as well as we'll have a little bit of wiring to do, and then we'll have software configuration to do. Now, as we may have talked about some before, I do not plan on streaming tomorrow. I do not believe Miss Dragon will let me stream tomorrow. She's probably downstairs cussing me out right now for streaming all day today, or at least all afternoon. And the Saturday stream will be the Voron 2.4 build that we're working on for Chewy. Or at least it should be. And I say that because I printed the parts to mount the Z motors, but he still has not shipped me the deck panels. And without the deck panel, if I put the Z's on, I'm going to have to take them back off in order to get the deck panel in. So I don't really want to do that. I am going to continue to flip this front to back. And the reason being is I still have two nuts right here in the front. I'm not sure what they're for. I don't think anything else has called them out, but they will slip out the sides if I tilt it sideways. So we need to go this way. This is going to be our X end stop wire. It's way longer than it needs to be. We will bring this around and join it with the rest of our wires. Or just bring it straight up the back. I'll double check to see if my clearance is there. We bring it straight up the back, up and over. It should have clearance, but we'll see. So this is kind of our setup with our boop so far. Our print head, our wires are going to be zip tied out of the way. And our print head is going to mount right there. A couple of screws through the front, one through the back. Once we get the one through the back, we'll add our sensor for our boop or our octotap sensor. And we'll have to plumb that into our board up here as well. And then here we will be so close to actually being ready to go, and that point it's just all software. So we're getting close. We are getting close. The Saturday stream will definitely be one of the streams to bring us real close to the end as far as all the physical mechanical build of the printer. And then we'll just have to do our software, which will be a little bit of a pain in the butt just because we need to get our CB1 going. So we'll get our CB1 built with software as the host computer. We'll flash the MCU. We'll need to flash our display. And then we're also going to need to flash this first via the USB port for installing CAN boot or whatever the new version of CAN boot is. And then we'll have to switch over to the CAN bus, and then we'll flash it with Clipper via the CAN bus. And then we're going to do that on the bench, and then we'll go ahead and do the final install. So that's kind of the plan. And I will most likely build the 4-pin connector and the wiring loom for this off stream, just because I'm going to be sitting here like weaving cables and kind of a pain. But there we go. We're getting a lot closer. We are getting a lot closer. Do you think, like 90% done, 90% to go? I think is how we normally say that when building things. So thank you all for hanging out. It is kind of late on a Wednesday before a holiday. And I have no idea who's on. Ooh, I see Ugly Moo's on. What do you guys? Who do you guys want to go and hang out with? I am willing to go and hang out, check out anybody. Here, let me switch over to this screen. I'll jump on Twitch over here. See who is on that I know. Science, Profits on. Science is, I believe, PG-13. Profit DNA is very much not. Sid Heresy, Ugly Moo, I believe he's most likely doing some painting. Breakor Justin's on. Odin the Bearded or Medusa Asudum. Buana? Okay, I've heard Buana. So, and is that their actual name? Buana, yes, they are live. Awesome. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump over to Buana. Let me set up the raid. Thank you everybody for being here. It was a long stream, I know, but we made a lot of progress and got a lot of little things done. Wiring's always fun. We got to finish up a little bit of wiring in the next stream and hopefully get this thing starting to go. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Stay out of trouble, and we will see you next time.